Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will call the Budget, Finance, and Investment Committee to order. The first item on our agenda is to approve minutes of our April 4th meeting.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Commissioner Sandlin, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. Any additions or corrections? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That motion carries. Next on our agenda is the investment report. Mr. Beatty, our county trustee, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Interest from LGIP is down a little. They're not sending us a bill yet to hold the money though, but it's down. But our bids were a little better, because if you remember the last couple of months, those bids were 0.05 and 0.10 for 6 months a year. They're still not great, but we had one for 0.25 for a year, and that's on the little scholarship fund that for Eagleville High School that goes to their valedictorian. And the other one, we got a 0.20 bid, and we chose that for the 6 months, hoping that 6 months out, maybe we're seeing a little brightness in the future, because the rates have are just a little better than they were just a month ago.
Motion to approve the wonderful report.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandlin.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Petty. Any further discussions or questions for Mr. Beatty? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Beatty. Okay. Gentlemen, if you will locate your fund condition report, our finance director, Mrs. Nolan, will begin with the development tax.
In April, we received $152,250. That brings our year-to-date total to $2,496,750.
How much do we have obligated for that?
Later
Roughly?
on, we'll touch it with, pretty much all of it that has come in ahead of what we projected, you've
Okay.
allocated.
Gentlemen, would you please move to cash balances?
At the end of April, our cash balance was $201,072,000, with $188,814,000 being operating funds and $12,259,000 being borrowed funds. I really don't have anything to draw attention to at this point.
Nothing getting close.
Nothing that's giving you heartache.
Are we ready to move to the revenues?
On the revenue,
Back one on the
Back
sheriff's
one?
office space acquisitions. Is that the true number right there? That's April.
yes.
Okay, so but I was thinking we were pretty much was down to the end on that as far as spent.
Oh, I
Not-
mean, it's obligated,
Obligated, yes, but
but not spent.
Not all spent.
so how far are we on finishing?
They're
that?
more than half drawing down on the actual construction work. We're only, it won't be much longer. They may be here, but it's
Okay.
60 days and maybe they'll be finished.
Okay. Thank you, sorry.
It's okay. On the revenue, on the general fund, and I think you'll see every fund is ahead of where we were on the 5 years previous, which just indicates to me, again, that we'll probably adjust revenues up, which is always good. In the general fund, I've made some notes on here that our sales tax collection that we've estimated in the general fund, and this would affect solid waste and, oh gosh, one other fund. Highway was up 50% of what we estimated, and in the general fund that equates to $103,000. We're ahead of what we were last year at this time. Our hotel motel tax is up 12%, or $87,000. Our development tax, as you've seen, exceeds our budget by $757,000. But our pilot estimate will be under-collected by $462,000. So when you look across on that revenue line item, it looks really good, but you've got good numbers offsetting, a bad one. You can also, I've got your notes in here that building permits are up 47.6%, and the county office fees are up 8.9%.
Our adjustments on the assessor's office is in these.
The adjustments on the assessor's office, I spoke to him, there's, I guess he's might still be here, I'm not sure. But at the time, they had not made it all the way through, so I'm still expecting these next May and June to be, settling and potentially paying back.
So they're in nothing of this.
Right.
Well, we don't normally see that till
You
right
really don't
after
s-
we set the budget, do we? Or the final ones.
Are you talking about the,
What the state,
okay, are you talking about the appeals, is that what we're talking about?
The
The-
adjustments and paybacks and.
Adjustments and paybacks, hopefully they'll be through by the time we get through the end of the year. And so, speaking of what you said, you may not know until you get back in August what actually happened when we close the books in June. But we'll have report again in May if any of those have come through.
Can we start seeing those as they're adjusted?
Yeah,
There's-
we're paying them back as we go.
Well, I know that,
Right.
but we're not seeing
And
them
I
as
don't
far
really
as what
see,
we're.
and you don't see them, they see it more in the trustee's office because it adjusts the current levy with the funds
Mhm.
that turn over to us. So maybe the trustee could report what he's paid back. Maybe we can ask him to make that a part of his report to you.
Well, in fact, it's adjusting our bottom line total, so I mean, just want to kind of stay up with it through the budgetary process and what we're doing too, to see what we're.
True.
Yeah.
And what, and I'll speak to it now, since we won't have it later, is I've adjusted the assessment values for next year based on that. So as we work through a process,
Yeah.
we'll keep monitoring that, because that is having an effect on next year's
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
But we'll still have increases coming in through the end of August. The new construction is
construction
being
and things
put
that's
on,
picked up. Right.
that isn't on yet, but is being taken care of, goes to August 31st.
Right, and as we, that's still typical of what usually happens, and we will adjust. If it is a significant change to what we've estimated, we'll make that change. Okay. On
Revenue B,
Revenue B, again, is almost the same report as what I've told you all along, is that, again, the sales tax collection on the rural area is up, and so that is helping the solid waste department and highway and schools significantly. The revenues are up quite a bit for sales tax. So that's help close our gap.
We're getting stars now instead of smiley faces, I guess.
I can't draw a smiley face. I haven't quite figured out how to do
That's
that
fine,
one yet.
that's fine. Stars are good. Motion to approve the report, Madam Chairman.
thank you, Commissioner Sandlin.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Journey. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, gentlemen. I will ask Mr. Black and Mr. Woods, if you will join us, please.
Okay, thank you.
From the Smyrna Rutherford County Airport Authority. Good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good evening. And also with us this evening is Paul Lamb, who serves on the board with us. And I'd like to point out that Paul was the recipient of the Governor's Star Volunteer Award this year, So he does a lot of good work in our community.
Okay, gentlemen, if you will check either with your notes, I think we have 4 different items. I don't know how much time you want to spend.
If they would go to that first one, that number 1, airport performance statements, and if you would move to page 3 of 7, that is kind of a summary. John, that's got them on the performa with a 20 years at 2% is what I've just I've got all of them on there.
Could I just give an overview? of
Right,
the
but I just wanted to
project?
get them right there when you're
Okay.
ready to start talking.
Okay, and basically, I think most of you probably know that the airport is, we're the child of the county and the city. Rutherford County owns 60% of the airport, and Smyrna owns 40% of it, and created some 23 years ago when Nashville Airport Authority relinquished control of the airport and turned it over to local control. So the board is a 5-member board. 2 of the board members are appointed through Mayor Burgess and the county commission, and 2 through the mayor and city council of Smyrna, and 1 comes from Laverne. And each year 1 board member rotates off and either is reappointed or newly appointed. We have been operating pretty much in the black since the creation of the airport authority. We've come to the county and the city requesting a grant for seed money early on the first year, which was a small amount. And then a few years later, we came to the county and the city asking for another grant to build the business center and office building there at the airport. Other than that, we've gotten some loans from both the city and the county, which we've repaid as we've committed, as we've scheduled. We try to live within our means. And we're very focused on operating the airport as a business and living within what we generate at the airport. We feel like it's a good opportunity now to do some additions at the airport. Our rents have been very strong in terms of our occupancy rate in our buildings, both the hangars and the office space. We have about 450 acres there on the airport that's prime development property. What we're proposing to do is about a little over a $9 million project, of which we feel like we can obtain about half of that money through grants through the Aeronautics Division of the state and the FAA. If we go ahead and act now, they have some money that we can get. We have some fairly good assurances that would be made available to us. What that would leave us is about a little over $4 million that would be short, that we're asking the county and the city to fund on the 60-40 basis on a loan that we would repay. So we're not coming to you asking you for any handouts. We did that with the IDB, and they were kind enough to give us a grant of about $330,000. So, but what it'll allow us to do is build a large building, which will have both hangar space and office space in it. We feel like that building will generate enough revenue to repay the loan. But what it will really do for us is make available more property with infrastructure, with roads, water, sewer, and electric that will be available to attract new business with good paying jobs. And that's really what we're trying to do. That's our bottom line. Now, the numbers, if John Black crunches the numbers, and I'll just let him go over the performing the other business numbers that y'all are interested in. John?
Well, I want to be respectful of your time. I know you have a big agenda tonight, so I cut my part down to 30 minutes. Just kidding. As Mike said, we feel like the timing is right for this. We've had a lot of activity. We've had a lot of more companies looking at us lately. We did an economic impact study last year that proved the same. And this is really a continuation of our master plan. I can kind of pass these around just so you get an idea of where this is located on the airport. If you're familiar where the terminal is at, this is north of the terminal. And it's really an extension and continuation of our master plan for the airport. We plan on a 20-year horizon for development, and that's how the terminal came about. And the last loan that was done for the utilities for the terminal through the county and the city made all that growth happen. So this is kind of our next big step at the airport for growth. I'll be happy to go over the numbers. The county portion of the loan is $2.4 million. And we would like to also address the existing loan that's already out there as well. So combine the two is about $2.8 million. And we're looking for a 20-year amortization at the best rate that we can get, obviously. The spreadsheet there, the pro forma, the first page kind of shows the breakdown. The income that we've estimated from this hangar is actually about $195,000 a year, but that's based on a 75% occupancy rate. So there's more, we feel like we can fill it up, so we've got a little bit more room for growth in there. What it does, if you look at that diagram, the green area is the hangar. All those other areas are going to be site prepped with utilities. We're actually putting the road and utilities in now. So that's already been a grant received from the FAA, and we've paid our portion. But all that other property will be developable and ready to go, and we feel is very important when companies come calling on us. So once that's developed out at our current rates, that's about another $175,000 a year. So it really builds upon itself, gives us a new area for growth. And as you can see here, the numbers, they do work as far as the payback goes.
They've got 3 pro formas, 2%, 3%, and 4%, so they're successive as you go through there. It's still pro formas even at a 4% rate.
Right.
How are some of these sequester problems that we've had from the federal government going to affect you? Or have they already got that settled now?
Well, initially we were on the list for our control tower to be closed.
Right.
And among 175 that were scheduled to be closed, luckily we made a list of 24 that are going to stay open. So that's not a problem. That was a factor in our thought process in this, because it could have an effect on someone's decision whether or not to be based there or not. A large company, and that's really what we're after. That's our target market.
Well, that was my concern.
Yeah. So we were very relieved when we found that out.
Good.
Well, this land is going to be available for development. Are you going to lease it to a prospective or sell it?
Well, the way it works, any airport, they cannot sell the property. We have to lease it on, and we can lease it on a long-term basis. And kind of the way it works in the aviation world is we lease it to them. Someone builds a building on it. At the end of that lease, the building reverts to our ownership. And that's the way all the buildings around us have been done.
How much of the old debt are you rolling back into this new debt? It seems like financing new and old debt at 20 years at 2%.
$391,000.
Well, I feel comfortable about the plan because within this last years of what we've been through, y'all have been growing. So, and business is still going on, so that says a lot for Rutherford County and Middle Tennessee. So, I really don't have an issue with it. Y'all have run a tight ship down there for a number of years and continue doing so. So, my hat's off to you.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve this.
Commissioner Salmon, we really have two motions that we need to consider. If you will look on your iPad, first of all, you do have some information there. It's called the airport note. That's I guess we could call that the current or the old existing airport note. That's just for information. Go to the third item, and you will see an initial resolution. This is a resolution to notify the public that we would.
Let's go to number 4. Let's talk about number 4 first.
Do you want to go to the interfund first?
The interfund, because the way that we're going to handle this, okay, the existing note will have to, it currently is at 6%, and speaking with our bond attorney, we'll have to address that piece of it separately. It can't be rolled into the other one. We may have to, as I said, it's at 6% to make all this work for them. We may be coming back and asking to restructure that piece of it. So let's put that aside for now. On the 2.4.
That's through the number that you just said
The
that I asked?
391,000.
Okay.
Correct.
Right.
So instead of 2.8, we're looking at just the 2.4 here.
Right,
These,
right, and all these say not to exceed 2.5 million is kind of what the NOVA. So what we are recommending is an interfund loan from the debt service fund to the industrial development fund to provide funding for them initially. As you can see, this is a private activity. It's not for public, but private activity, so that money will have to be sold, not tax exempt, but taxable. I'll be at a taxable rate. So we're trying to take care of everything at once. And this is, so under that number 4 tab is the approval to do an interfund loan from debt service to the economic one. And under the 3rd tab is the initial resolution authorizing the county to issue debt at no more than 2.5%. And this will be publicized for the public to comment.
Okay, so Commissioner Sandlin, if you want to continue.
Well, I wanted to back up just 1 minute.
Okay.
You said private in there.
Private activity is what he's talking about. You can go back to those things and see if they're leasing to businesses.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not an airport for Rutherford County's airplanes.
Within
Sometimes,
ourselves, yeah.
Right,
Okay.
not the
I see
government's.
what
It's
you're
now,
saying.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, private activity.
Yeah. I see.
So the first motion that we need is for the interfund note, and that, of course, is to be in existence until we go to the bond market.
Like the 3rd page of that, the principal sum, we put
It's
2.5
really,
into that.
it's really,
column.
and
Okay.
it's really number 4
So
on our
moved
list.
on that
Okay.
motion with the 2.5 that we said.
I'll
Commissioner
second this
Sandlin,
motion.
and seconded by Commissioner Peake. Any further discussion relative to this motion?
Just a quick question. Okay, so then if it's at turns out it's at 2%, then it's gonna be, what, $24,631 payback a month?
Well,
Is
I mean,
that-
that's the,
Is that, well, I'm looking at their sheets on that.
That's
Is
correct.
that what it is?
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, that per month included rolling the 391 in
Oh,
with it.
so it'll be a little less.
It would be less than that.
Right, for this. Okay. And what it is Rutherford County is responsible for the loan? Well,
Right,
but-
yeah.
yeah, because,
Yes,
well, we're
we're
giving it to
issuing-
them. Okay.
right.
So if they
and-
default, the taxpayer does. Okay. Now.
Or we
here's-
sell
But
some
also that they
hangers.
Sell hangers, not coat hangers either.
No.
You can sell your airport.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Why can't they go through the IDV to get this loan? Is it higher, or is it too small, or what?
I mean, it's,
It's because it's business and bringing business into the.
they're, I don't believe they can borrow money from the IDB.
Mhm.
Well, we're owned by the county and by the city, so.
Uh-huh.
And we cannot, because we've taken grants from the Federal Aviation Authority, we cannot sell that property.
Mhm. Well, what I was wondering is, you're private, you're not public, so.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're public.
They're public.
Yeah, I know, that's what I meant. I mean, so you're public, so how are you different than a bank then, is what I'm saying? If somebody wanted to build a bank in this county, that the IDB could issue then, right?
Um,
Confusing the issue there with what
Okay.
what the entity is with the airport authority.
This entity is a joint venture between the
Yeah.
county and the city. So it is, I mean, you almost look at it as a separate governmental unit, just like the
Okay.
IDB is
Okay.
a separate governmental unit.
We're backing it up with the assets in the real estate,
Right.
as well as what's going on there in their books, so.
It's like what we've done with the school board then in the past.
That's how you look at it. It's
Yeah.
like the school
So-
board would be
Okay.
saying, we need money.
Any further discussion relative to this motion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bond?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan? Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Gentlemen, now we need to consider backing up on your iPad to number 3, which will be the initial resolution. And as our finance director told us, this will authorize the county to issue debt, and it will also notify the public of our intent to borrow.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Second.
Now, this is
Commissioner
still just on
Salmon
this
and Jernigan.
initial amount? Okay.
Yes.
But after, when we go to the bond market, then we'll replace the money we borrowed from ourselves with money that we borrow out at the market.
Yeah.
Any further discussion relative to this motion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes.
What I understand, that they need this as your intent to do this, to move forward
Correct.
with working with the federal government. We'll be coming later, if everything works well, we'll be coming later another time to bring the note authorizing to lend the capital outlay note, or the note to y'all.
Mhm.
That'll be a separate document.
Correct.
And they have to get the town of Smyrna to do the same thing that they're asking the Board of Commissioners here to do. And when both of us have agreed, then they can submit their application for the grant money.
Right. And unless we get the grant money, we won't be back to follow up with the loan. So we've got a lot of loose ends to tie up to make this happen. So, but we appreciate you working with us on it. Absolutely.
I'll do
Gentlemen,
that.
while you're here, and for the members of the committee, if you will look at item number 5 on our agenda.
Can I explain this?
Will you explain why we are doing this? Yes.
Okay, our lovely GASB standards have changed on making our auditors and us look at component units and all the particular spin-off governments and assessing whether or not they should belong as part of our reporting entity. In doing this, it's funny, we had to research down to the bylaws of what created these organizations, and found that the Airport Authority is, and they do report to the mayor, have been submitting their budgets to the mayor's office. It's just that what we have failed along many, many years is bringing it to the commission to approve their budget. So this is what we're doing, is they've submitted their budget and asking for your approval for their budget for next fiscal year.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Jernigan, thank you.
Well, I saw it on the agenda, but, I actually hadn't seen this.
Commissioner Sandlin, we have a
part.
motion. Let's get a second, then we'll have discussion, please.
I'll second it for discussion, but I've got some questions.
Okay, we have a
too, so I
second.
didn't
Commissioner
start
Sandlin,
with
thank
this.
you.
It's the first time I've ever seen their budget in a nutshell. So,
That's right.
I mean,
See, their auditors have a
Yeah.
purpose.
yeah, yeah. They got a purpose, all right. I don't know really where to start. I mean, it's a.
Well, it is just a one-page budget.
It's a one-page budget.
This budget, sort of a continuation budget. I mean, they've been very frugal. They have a budgeted profit, and they've made a profit every year, a nominal profit. So, you might tell them, I think their hangars are, 100% full,
Yes.
occupancy-wise. So they've got a very steady revenue stream.
If your revenue stream didn't change with the revenues that you've got going in here,
The only thing you'll see there is, it shows lease income down 4.6%. The reason for that is, as you know, we installed a 1 megawatt solar farm last year.
Mhm.
And the way that lease worked was the first payment would be in arrears and the second payment would be in advance. So we essentially got 2 payments in 1 year. So the next year, we only got 1 payment. And that's why it's down. Which that's working out very well for us.
but go back to my question, you've got your net profit there. With that, just assume your projections on what you would lease, I mean, new leases coming in, how would you handle this loan that's proposed here? I mean, would this be a problem with the revenues you've got coming in unless you increase them?
No, that's
No.
actually factored into this sheet, the pro forma. This number is actually included over here,
Okay.
right? So it does cash flow.
But Dan, the current project that we've asked you to help us with is, none of those numbers are in this.
Right.
It'll be, you know, before we get that up and running, it'll be into next year's budget, certainly. So,
We got some small numbers in here that's got a negative percent in one form or fashion, but they're much smaller than the total package, so I'm not gonna drill you on those, but I mean, I guess that's somewhat of the economy, but you just stated on one of them, so I mean, they're really minute, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve. Well, we've already
We have a motion
Never
and a
mind.
second, Commissioner Sandlin.
I was just a little hesitant in not seeing it to be ready to vote on something that we haven't seen.
Maybe I misunderstood something a moment ago. I want to clarify if that's okay. You said if this grant comes through, we will not be back. Or are you saying?
If it does
If it
not.
does not come
if we
through.
do not get the grant,
Okay.
that's over half of the cost of the project is
Right.
grant money. So if we don't get the grant money, we won't go forward with the project.
Well, what was confusing me is, you know, you've got a loan outstanding out there now, it's at 6%, and there's basically 2% money here. I mean, regardless of whether this goes through or not, it looks like it'd be to our advantage or your advantage to go ahead and refinance that anyway. I wanted to make sure you're gonna do that regardless, or if you can, I don't know how it's set up.
That's-
Yeah,
We'll have
we
to
would like-
separate.
We have to talk about that, we're not sure.
We'll
we
have to
can-
deal with
Okay,
that
so
as a
I'm
separate
with
issue.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when he said he wasn't coming back, that's got me concerned. I wanted to know, so.
Yeah.
That's what the county is earning 6% on that note. Now.
Well, maybe we ought to make it 8%.
We're struggling already.
Yeah.
We just trying to show the love. We're all one big happy family.
Gentlemen, any further discussion on this motion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Barnes?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes.
Basically the same as last year.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Say hello to Debbie for me. I hadn't seen him in a while.
Take care.
We're ready now for our general fund budget amendments, and our first request is from the Election Commission. Ms. Lester, good evening.
Hi.
Will you please present your amendment, your budget amendment?
Yes, we are just requesting to move $2,000 from our office supply line item to the printing stationery forms line item. We have had an increased number of confirmation cards that we're going to have to send out this year, probably due to the large amount of registrations that were received in 2008 for people who registered to vote but did not vote or haven't, they failed to update their address with us. And pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated, we're required to send those out this year. And we don't have enough forms in stock to complete that task. Therefore, we're going to have to order some more. And we really need to get that done prior to the end of this fiscal year. Therefore, we're just asking to move those funds over from one line item to the other.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Sandlin, thank
Second.
you. Seconded by Commissioner P. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Planning and engineering, good evening, Mr. Demasi.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Hope you're all doing well tonight.
Lovely.
I hope I won't take too much of your time. We have two amendments to discuss. They're all on the same page here. But just a quick overview of what we're proposing to do. Under the First Amendment, you'll see we're proposing to decrease our assistance line item by a little more than $10,000. This is money we have left over from Ms. Elizabeth Emsley resignation with our department. You'll see that we're requesting an increase in our secretary line item to $6,000. We do have one of our secretarial staff, Ms. Sue Young, who'll be retiring effective at the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. This will cover the leave that she has accumulated during her time with the county, as well as provide a little bit of extra funding to refill the position for an extra 2 weeks. So someone will be able to train with her for the last 2 weeks while before she retires. $2,500 of that will be moved to board and committee member fees. This is Board of Zoning Appeals and Planning Commission fees. We really haven't had to cancel any meetings this particular year because of the amount of business that we're starting to see activity pick up. Also, we've had very good attendance at our meetings, which is a good thing. So we just need a little bit more on that line item. And in our maintenance agreements, this is dealing with our copiers, office copiers, widescreen, wide format copiers, excuse me. Basically, we always budget for an increase whenever we have these maintenance agreements year to year, but the increase went up more than we anticipated this year, so it covers that. The second item you'll see is a gasoline request. With increased activity, we are having increased inspections, driving to view sites and whatnot. So you see that we are requesting an increase in our gasoline line item of $800 from the gasoline pool, if you will, not out of our own budget, but the general gasoline line item. So the grand total of the increase and decrease is $11,030, with the vast majority of that just being moved within our budget.
This should get you through the budget, July 1.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Sandlin, seconded by Commissioner Schaefer. Any further discussion or questions for Mr. Demasi? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stormwater, are you doing that, Mr. Demasi, or Mr. Corbett's not here?
Mr. Corbett's not here, but he told me that Ms. Nolan was going to.
I
Okay.
could do it. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did say that. I did say I would do that one. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. This is a request to move money from their postage and office supplies to data processing so that they can upgrade a computer that will run an AutoCAD. Request $1,600.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner P, seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Mrs. Nolan, County Buildings.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request, two items in this one amendment, and one is a need of $10,000 for communications, and the other is an increase for part-time personnel. And I told Mr. Mankin that I'll take this one because I take responsibility for the not budgeting enough in the part-time. He did ask for more than this, and at the last minute, we had him look, and actually what we ended up doing was budgeting less than what he paid out last year, and we gave employees a raise. So, anyway, this is a request to increase the part-time $14,000 and communications $10,000, requesting the monies to come from the unassigned fund balance, $25,071.
And he, can we take his second one?
What's the communications part again? I'm sorry.
It's phone bills, the phones. He ends up paying for all the phone bills in
County Buildings.
which ones are those?
He pays all the regulatory fees.
Regulatory fees.
And the
that's
phone
what-
bills have been high this year, everybody's, so they may see this in some other departments too.
A lot of communications coming in. Okay.
As we speak.
Okay. Okay, and then this other amendment is a request of $15,000 to pay for the City of Murfreesboro's maintenance on the City and County Garage and Civic Plaza.
Question on that. What is it that we pay per year?
Half.
Half. And-
Half the cost.
And how much,
Well, I mean, that's all, I think that's all that.
Don't we put some aside for that? What is that normally? We don't wait, do they just once a year say,
Is it
hey, we
quarterly
spent
that they're paying?
40,000?
82,000.
Yeah, it's part of that 82,000.
I mean, that's what that's for. That's the whole, that
That
entire
whole
line
amount.
item is to the City of Murfreesboro.
Okay. And what do we,
They bill us twice a year usually.
okay.
So
And
we
what do
just
we-
got
I
one,
thought it was
we just got one for July through March, and it was about 40% higher than the one last year at that time.
And what do we get for that? What do they do? When you say the repairs of it and all?
They take care of all this landscaping and flowers and.
Okay.
all
Do they
around
take
the
care of
courthouse.
cleaning the inside of the garage
then-
and all that, as well as
The Civic Plaza and the
Yeah, Civic Plaza.
plaza?
And the garage.
And the garage, yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask, there's method to my madness, and I wonder, who takes care of this? And if it's them, I'd like to know why it hasn't been on the lower level. There's a gray Accord sitting down there that's got 2009 Williamson County tags on it. I don't even call it dust on it anymore, because it's gotta be at least grime 2 inches thick. My question, why does it sit for so long? If they take care of it, why don't they look at it?
It's probably a police deal.
It
You're not
could be.
expecting an answer, I
No.
know, right now.
We don't have an answer, but we will ask the question.
Yeah, well, I figured I could get somebody to ask the question if we're up here instead of,
What's the model of the car?
2000.
well, I don't know
Is it
what, it's a
2009?
gray Accord. It's hard to tell though, because it's got,
So this-
the
2009 tag.
But this
that
is-
what-
2009 Williamson County tag.
it's
This
on,
is in
yeah, but
addition to the
it's been over 2
$82,000.
years.
The 15.
Yeah, still make it 97,000.
Oh,
Should
should
they
they
should
increase
take
or
it out.
whatever.
But it's in row P on the lower
But I
level.
thought this carried us through, this was this was a budget approval for this whole year.
To pay the rest of the year. This is, the 15,000 is to
So I
provide
understand,
sufficient
but I thought
funds
that
to
was
pay
like
it.
a contract for 82,000. This is
No,
what
it's
they're
not a
gonna do.
contract, no,
They bill us.
it's half of their cost.
Yeah, time and materials. half
It's
the
not a
cost.
contract with them. We're responsible for half the cost of it, and I believe, the way that bill looks like, it'll detail their expenses, and then half is
So it
us.
does detail, they do,
Yeah, they
do the
detail.
detail of what they're doing and how much it's increased and all that sort of
Employees,
stuff.
the employee pay,
But that doesn't have anything to do with the upkeep of the city's office buildings in there, does it?
No.
This is just the shared, supposed to be, the
Yeah.
shared expense of.
And how do they charge us what to do up here?
I mean, as part of that,
It's
they
part-
bill
and part of-
us.
And what they do up here on around the courthouse is included. Okay, that's what I thought.
So we're looking at 97, or busting right at $100,000 here in this next budget of what we're gonna have to
That's right.
fund for just maintenance and cleaning and flowers and mulch, cutting the grass. And that's half.
I think the landscaping part's only 12,000.
Well, we can't, I mean, we gotta pay the bill here, but when we go into budget for approving that budget for next year, I'd like to see the breakdown of what we're doing.
You like to see the bills?
Yes,
Okay.
just as a, what are we getting for $100,000? Because that's what we're gonna be looking at.
Are we responsible to pay for it? Like if a
Responsible
van
to
goes
pay.
through and hits one of the overhead water pipes or something in there?
Well, that would depend on the insurance of that
And all that,
van
but
owner.
that could be things.
But any maintenance, and there was a lot of maintenance you guys had early on with respect to the sprinkler system and et cetera down there, I believe, that didn't function properly. But anyway, all of that, whatever it takes to keep it functioning properly.
You get a copy of the city, what we're responsible for these gentlemen, we don't have one. And that's all, ask some questions.
That's what she said she's gonna do for us for whenever we approve the budget for next year.
And a copy of the bills, and you'd like the agreement.
There's some sort of agreement that was.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we need a motion for the budget amendments for the county buildings.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Jernigan,
I'm gonna go ahead and second them because we've already accrued this cost, so we don't have any choice but to pay it, so.
seconded by Commissioner P. Any further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Circuit Court, Mrs. Boland. Good evening.
Hello. I have two budget amendments. One is just to move from our postal charges, $2,500, to our office supplies for $2,500 to finish out the end of the year. And then the other is to move some money from data processing equipment and furniture and fixtures to purchase a new copier in our general sessions court that's higher volume and will be able to handle the scanning that's coming up in the future.
How's that going, by the way?
It's going really well, really well.
Motion to approve the
Commissioner
request.
Schaefer, thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Baum. Any further discussion or questions for Mrs. Boland? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Thank you. Mrs. Nolan, we have a request from the circuit court judges.
And this is a request to pay out accumulated comp time for a law clerk who has left, and that's a request to move $220 from deputies to overtime pay.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Sandlin, seconded by Commissioner P. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Fire and Rescue, Mr. Farley, good evening.
Good evening. I'm requesting a budget amendment to move $15,000 out of line item 790 to my line item 338, maintenance and repair of vehicles. This money was the money left over from where we bought, retrofit the solid waste tankers, and the bid come in at $35,000, and we didn't have enough to do two. So my maintenance, I've got, matter of fact, I've got a truck down right now. It's, that I've got to fix.
Is that working out though? Is that gonna work out though?
Yeah, it's the recircling line for the water, keep the pump cool.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandlin, seconded by Commissioner P. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Farley. Emergency Management Services. Mr. Hooker?
I can do it.
I don't see him here.
This is a request to provide funding for a voice over IP for the emergency operations and the EMA office. This is a request to move money within their budget to provide $8,500 to do this project, with monies coming from communications of $4,000, travel $1,250, data processing supplies of $1,750, and instructional supplies materials of $1,500.
I don't have a problem with inter-budget transfers at this point of the game, so motion to approve.
Commissioner Sandlin, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Jernigan.
Just a question, I don't remember seeing that at public safety or something.
Commissioner Farley. Commissioner Farley. I don't think it did go to public.
This may not have gone through the committee process, Commissioner P.
Well, personally, I would rather do that. This is inside their budget, but, you know, I don't know what IP voiceover is doing for them.
Elaine thinks that he did talk to the chairman.
So what does
I think
IP
it's a-
voiceover do?
It's like this, isn't it the same system as what we've got in the courthouse?
Well, the ones
That's
from
about as
techno-
much as I know
The bottom
about
line is their ability to access the internet and use their telephone is pretty far behind the curve, so this is just, you know, one step in trying to move them where they can have some real, you might say, more efficient access to the data in our network.
Well, I personally would rather see it and know exactly what's going on with it before I can vote on it myself, so.
Are they trying to split the cost and do some of it this fiscal year and
Some
some of it
next
next
year?
year?
Do you know that?
I haven't talked to them about this. I don't know.
Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
No.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
I'll pass.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Pet Adoption and Welfare Services, Mr. Gregory, welcome.
Thank you.
We will start with your amendment, and then we will deal with your grant.
Yes, ma'am. What we're asking to do is move $6,500 from the miscellaneous gas account, which is the gas pool, into our Paul's account so that we can finish out the year.
So moved.
Commissioner Sandlin, thanks.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Baum. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. We do not have any paperwork on your
I have-
grant. Do you
I
have?
this.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. This is the letter that was attached to the application for the grant. We've applied for this every year that I've been here, for the animal-friendly license plates. We applied for $6,600.
This isn't a match, is it?
No, sir.
It's a grant.
Correct.
So moved.
Second.
Was that Commissioner
I like
Sandlin?
that free money.
Seconded by Commissioner P. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other public health and welfare. Mrs. Nolan?
This is a request to provide funding for the rest of the year for the autopsies. This is a request of $60,000.
Gotta do it. Motion to approve.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Second.
Commissioner Jernigan, thank you for that second.
Madam
Discussion
Chairman.
or questions?
Yeah, this comes up every year, and we talk about it, we gotta do it, ain't no doubt about it, and it comes back always to the sheriff or police officers or police department of what needs to be investigated as far as autopsies and all that. But there's some state bill, something that was floating around there last year or the year before that never, it fizzled out, didn't do anything, but the actual request on those of, I don't want to say not legitimate, but
Suspicious
there's
or
just
questionable?
there's just a lot of them being done that possibly didn't have to be done. So, and we come up like this year, I mean, Mayor, have you heard anything else this year or that coming up, or is it just,
That
we're
bill-
over the, we're under their request? I mean, if
I
they,
don't think there was any bill submitted this year that addressed that at all.
I mean, taxpayers have to do
It's
it.
up to us to assume that they're using their best judgment and only ordering those autopsies as they need to, for their investigations and to meet their, it's by state statute that they have to do that and we have to fund it.
So we're looking at $230,000 of, so this next year's budget, we're probably gonna, we've pretty much kept that line for a number of years, I think, and it could be less, it could be more, so we have to adjust when we have to adjust, I guess.
Isn't it $1,600 an autopsy? And there's
And it
no
goes up a little bit every year.
Yeah, and there's no real criteria. Of just somebody just decides they want it.
No.
Well, it's not just
Uh,
somebody.
well,
It's
police.
basically our
Yeah,
law
police.
enforcement agencies.
Yeah.
And we need this
Yeah.
amendment at this time because there've been more autopsies than we anticipated.
Than we had in the budget.
So I guess this time last year, we were wondering whether they were all necessary, but there were even more this fiscal year than there were this time last year.
We can mention it, but it comes right down to we have no control.
Yeah.
I mean, when it's gotta be done, they have to do it.
Well-
And that's the cost.
I guess here's my question. 1,600 going into, I don't see how it can come out that 173,115 was used. So that, I mean, it's an even number going in for them. I mean, we don't do half an autopsy or something, do we?
It's not precisely 16.
Oh.
It goes up a little percentage of it. It might be
I thought it was
1,620
16.
or
Okay.
1,420. I'm
All
not
right,
sure.
then I can see it. But that may, well, at 1,600, that's 109 autopsies so far this
Yeah.
year. That's a heck of a lot of deaths in this county that are suspicious. That's what gets me. Okay.
Gentlemen, we do have a motion and a second. Do we need further discussion?
Sorry I brought it up.
Well, I was just looking, we've got 230 estimated for next year. I wouldn't see.
Call the roll,
Because
please.
of this, probably.
And doing it every year.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bond,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes, but not willingly.
Commissioner Elam.
Yes. Sheriff's Department and Jail. Sheriff Arnold.
Sorry, packed up there.
Nobody's leaving our room yet, right?
I know it. Good evening, gentlemen.
They're all staying
And I was hoping we were gonna get your picture on the thing again.
No, I'm not sick. I'm not sick this time.
Sheriff Arnold or Mr. Russell, you have 6 amendments, if you
Yes,
will
ma'am.
begin.
Okay, first one is, we're gonna recognize revenue from the donations, and we wanna move that to our other contracted, and supplies, so we have a total of, $1,113. We're gonna move, the separate different accounts you see listed, $209 to a $399 account on the sheriff's office side, $654 to the sheriff's office $499 account, and then on the jail side, $250 to the $499 account. And that's what all these donations are made to and stuff like that. We put them back in the line items they come from.
Is that the simple gonna get?
The second one is the sale of materials, where we have recycled some materials, and we're going to put that into our vegetable garden line item, so we can have stuff for them for the summer. And then the $499 line item as well is where some of those materials came out of. The third item is also sale of, materials, and that's $3,307, and we're going to put all that towards our vegetable garden for the summer. And that's the third one, and then on to the fourth one. We needed some more repair and maintenance money, so we came up with $11,500 out of other contracted services, and then also out of the 717 line item on the jail side, $16,500 for a total of $28,000 to go into repair and maintenance of the jail. And then we're going to move out
Let me
of.
stop you right there
Yes,
just
sir.
a second, and Lisa. Are we just trying to clean up those right there for end year for maintenance on the building, or to do other things into there?
No,
to-
we got plans for this money, and we're
No,
still.
yeah, we've
This
been
is- this
moving
is a
money
different
all year
deal.
long.
All year long,
for
yeah.
I understand
building
that. I'm
maintenance.
just trying to get a handle on what this.
No, we've got a bunch of cells that are down. You know, we've got a bunch of issues in the jail. And right now, he has no money. He's been just kind of been trying to do stuff that doesn't cost any money, little repairs here and there, but he's got repairs that need money.
That's where you get it, out of other line items right there.
Yes, sir. So the next one, we're going to move, within the detention budget, we're going to move $6,000 out of repair and maintenance for equipment. We need it in the food prep supplies line item, which is the trays and stuff like that. So we're going to move $6,000 into there. And then out of undesignated funds, we're requesting $85,000 to be moved into the line item for food for the inmates.
And why are we so far off there, you reckon? Food cost, or?
Well, and
one
just-
opening up the jail,
The new-
or
the
opening
new
up the new
kitchen.
kitchen, but also inmates. You know, naturally, more inmates, more food. Hopefully, I don't even know what this coming year's budget if we got really enough that for the entire year, but we hope so.
I think it's too many zeros.
If you feed them, they'll come.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
We provide 3 meals a day and a cot, they seem to come. Just to let you know, I got 20 females sleeping on the floor right now too. So,
Well, one thing about costs that we've incurred for food is it's a bill you gotta pay whether you wanna pay it or not. It's a cost that's incurred. And he is moving his line items to cover wherever he can. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve this.
I'll second.
Commissioner P, seconded by Commissioner Schaefer. Any further discussion or questions for the sheriff or Mr. Russell? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Gentlemen, thank you.
We have an additional amendment that we need to talk about.
Oh, it's not on the agenda. You have to wait on this one.
We can hand out copies, they hand out copies, okay.
Yeah, they're
Give this
passing
one
around.
down to her, this is the original,
That's
and
the
then you
original.
filed. We'll talk about that one.
We're wanting to move 35,000 out of special purpose restricted into special purpose equipment coming out of the drug fund,
Not drug fund.
or
Special purpose.
special purpose fund, sorry. It's drug fund. So,
And I have gotten approval from public safety. I called
Yeah.
Commissioner Frawley earlier today.
So it went through public safety.
went
No, it
through
didn't make
FAR.
it through them, no.
No, it didn't go through.
It got
We
approved
just
by
had to call
Commissioner Farley today.
Commissioner Farley today and say, hey, we need to do this. He gave his blessing.
You're on public safety, right?
I've heard of this one also.
Oh, okay.
But they've made more than one call.
Yes, sir.
So, having said that, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve this. And one thing, is some of the things that he's doing, we don't really want the public to know. I mean, it's not that we're hiding, it's public funds. And yes, the funds are being spent, and they're being spent for law enforcement purposes, but, you know, I don't think we need to share everything that we're doing.
Commissioner P, that is your motion. We need a second.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Jernigan. Any further discussion relative to this motion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes.
I have 2 grants I need to make everybody aware of real quick, if that's okay. That we're applying for.
Are you announcing that you're going to
We're
be
announcing that we're applying
applying?
for them, yes, ma'am. We have the SCAP grant, which is the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. It's from the Bureau of Justice. It's a reimbursement program, it's 100%. There's no tax dollars being involved here. And
Local tax dollars.
local tax dollars, yeah. And that's the first one, and then we're also applying for more of the Governor Highway Safety grant that we get every year for the DUI enforcement, stuff like that.
And SCAT grant, I believe, we filed for that before too. It's
Yeah.
the alien
SCAP
assistant.
I think
Yeah.
SCAP grant
Yeah.
is an allocation.
It's an
I mean,
allocation,
They already
yeah.
calculate it and
Yes.
it's,
Right.
it's allocated
Right.
to
It's
it.
the alien assistance stuff we get.
But this Governor Highway Safety, what is the period it's to cover?
It'll be next budget year, from what I understand. I don't know, I don't have the particulars.
I know it has 2 driving simulators for the SROs.
Mhm.
It's got a lot of overtime money in there for the Governor Highway Safety Office doing DUI checkpoints. There's some more money in there for computers. So that's what it's.
We'll need a copy of the
I'll get you a copy of it,
application.
yes, ma'am.
No match or any kind or anything.
It's one of
like
those
that.
things that just
Generally, I
came
think
up.
that it's got some, doesn't it? Does it?
No, these are both 100%. Yeah, that's what we've been advised.
They just came up in the past 2 weeks. We just had to do it. Had to take care of
We
it.
don't need to send him through here for him, so he can apply, or he just goes in and applies.
Well, I mean, he's asking for permission to apply.
So we need a motion to give him permission to apply for these 2 grants.
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Sandlin, seconded by Commissioner Schaefer. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Gentlemen,
Thank you
anything
for your
else?
time, that's it.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
Budget's right around the corner.
Yeah, fun.
Solid Waste Sanitation Fund, budget amendment, Mrs. Nolan.
Okay, this is a request to move $3,000 within the Department for Communications.
Is this another one of these phone bills we were hearing about earlier?
I think you're going to be seeing several of the communications coming in.
Well, I mean, I remember seeing it from the sheriff's department when we were going through public safety on there, and kind of got a sticker shock then.
What was the deal on it? I'm sorry, I didn't remember what we're talking about.
The prices have just increased.
Well, OIT,
On
Mr.
cell
Robertson
phones or
brought that up too.
phone?
when-
Phone bills.
For internet and all that stuff, or is it just phone?
I think it's mainly AT&T. Some of these so-called T1 lines, et cetera.
Since this is within his budget, we'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Are we looking for alternatives for next year's budget?
Commissioner P. has made a motion,
I'll second the motion.
seconded by Commissioner Sandlin. Did you have a question? Mr. Sandlin, did you have another question? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Ambulance service, fund budget amendments. Mr. Nunley. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
You have 3 amendments to present.
We need to transfer some money into our overtime account. We should recommend it be transferred from paraprofessionals, 133, $15,000, and dispatchers, 148, for $25,000, for a total of $40,000 to overtime pay.
We'll take it all as one vote.
Okay.
And
The next one is to transfer $25,000 to maintenance. We recommend that be taken from evaluation and testing, 322, uniforms, 451, for $15,000, for a total of $25,000.
And on the next page on our iPad, gentlemen.
The next one is we need to add some money to our refund account. I think the way you do that is to increase both revenue by $10,000 and to increase refunds by $10,000. Correct, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandlin.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner P. Any further discussion or questions for Mr. Nunley? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Nunley.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jordan, we're ready for number 9 on the, number 9. Wishful
We
thinking,
saved
huh?
the best for last, so.
We were stalling for you.
We were, yes, we were slowing things down so you wouldn't miss any of the fun.
Appreciate that.
Okay, we're ready to deal with the request to provide additional funding to install a water sprinkler system at the Midland Fosterville Volunteer Fire Station.
Okay, this, if you're on the right table, it's headed up the General Capital Building Program. And on the Midland Fosterville Volunteer Fire Department, there is $10,788 available, but the mayor can speak to the need of a sprinkler system.
This building was designed without a sprinkler system after we got ready for final inspection. And it was determined that our engineer was incorrect in omitting that, and that it has sleeping quarters in that building, and with sleeping quarters, it has to be sprinkled. So,
Well, we added sleeping quarters later, right?
not at that particular one. I mean, that
Oh,
was
oh,
in that.
okay. I'm
This
sorry,
is the
that's
new one
the
on
other
Midland
one.
Fosterville Road.
I understand.
And surprisingly, this is a large amount of money. $74,200 is what.
To add sprinklers?
Yeah.
You bid that?
Well, the contractor has taken bids from, and this, most of the money is outside. By the time you pay your tap fee and And take the outside cost is more than the inside cost to get into the building.
Well, I understand about the tap fee being extremely high lately, but I'm surprised at the cost on this.
Well, we're surprised though. The only thing that might be a little bit of reduction, the highway department said they would help us repair the road has to be open to put this
So
water
we've got to
line.
pull a much bigger water line than what's going to the building
We
now.
got to pull a 4-inch line to the building. Ductile iron line.
Standards for commercial sprinklers is a whole lot different than residential sprinklers
Yeah.
apparently. Because we've been telling people in Payne they can sprinkle a house for $1, $1.50 a foot, but not in this situation apparently.
So on where can we find the money?
Out of architect fees, it messed up.
There should be some repercussions, I would
Exactly.
think, you know.
Oops, cost you, you know?
Okay. Wasn't going that way. If you look down on the project below, the Elam Road Fire Department, when we were discussing that particular one, we estimated the cost to repair was $178,300. But you can see, if you look over there on the left, we've received 2 insurance recoveries on that particular project. We've just gone ahead and accounted for it in the Elam Road Fire Department. So we were going to request those funds moved from the Elam Road into the Midland Fosterville Fire Department. That's about $48,000. We're still a little off. 58 or 58.7. We still need.
Still need 17,000. The volunteer fire department had a promise to give us $20,000, so we haven't received that money yet. So if you guys would authorize
To move that
move
difference.
move $60,000, and then we'll see if we can get the rest of the money from them. I think they'll come through with it.
What are you gonna do about Elam Road?
It's the $178,000 is enough. We didn't think we were going to get anything from the insurance settlement, and we've gotten those 2. We resubmitted all the data and so forth, so they've come through with $48,000 that we've already received. So we don't need this full amount of money that's in that project.
Changing them nothing, though, are we?
No, we got
We're
the
not.
$178,300.
It's already short-changed enough, I don't want to short-change more.
Yeah, the 20,000 was supposed to go toward, it wasn't, they didn't say what up for the fire sprinklers. They're
No,
bringing
they said
20,000 up for something else.
It's supposed to just be for the building. They
For
were
the
going,
building.
they were going to contribute that much, and we haven't got that contribution yet.
We've got to get sprinklers in to get the building an occupancy permit, but I don't want to talk about repercussions to the architect. I mean, what's the point in having an architect if they don't know the rules, or somebody? I mean, they just omit a $75,000 thing and back up and say, sorry, and we gave them an enormous amount of money to do that.
Well, we didn't give that person an enormous amount of money. It was nominal, but he still missed it.
Still a professional and
Yeah.
signed a set of plans that are supposed to meet codes or standards or whatever. I mean, even I know that if you've got occupancy in a commercial building, it's got to have sprinklers.
Is his mistake costing us more money now to put it in, or would it have been 75,000 even if we'd
We'll
done it
never
on the
know.
front end?
We'll never know, but it's probably more anytime you do a change order.
75,000 could have been the tipping point where we didn't build the building.
Yes, it could have been. That's right.
We're looking at a 40,000 up here and another 20,000 right there. So I mean, I think the engineering company needs to split it with us or something. So, Mayor, are you going to handle that, or?
Well, we'll have to file a lawsuit to make that happen.
I'd say we have to.
He
have
only
to
got
do this.
paid like $19,000 for that set of plans.
Well, I think we got a plan to do it, and we need to do that.
Well, and
Go
that's
ahead.
why
But
we've
it's
got
just-
some moving pieces, but to go ahead and get this signed and have funding available, I guess what I would like, request approval is to move, the 65,000 from the Elam Road into the Midland, and then we will go to Midland too.
I think we've definitely got to do
Yeah.
that
To
to
get
get the
their
building
money back.
occupied, but
Yeah.
I don't want to just say, boy, that's terrible, we lost $75,000.
Right.
I want to keep digging
Right.
personally, and just, there was a mistake made, and there'll be some accountability.
Well, I want to leave it up to the mayor to get a plan there, what we
Yeah.
do with the architects, and then let us know where we need to head with that.
Okay.
Please, sir. I don't ever like lawsuits, but I mean, you know, sometimes
We get
sometimes
enough
it's
of
just
them.
asking them to take care of it, and they do it, so, before we have to get there. I appreciate it.
Okay, gentlemen, we need a motion to.
So how many dollars are we actually talking about here?
I'm moving 65 so that we'll have 75 to.
Well, we can't really move 65 out of Elam Road because we don't have that much in there to move. We need to leave that.
But you're not ready to do the, to build Elam Road.
Yeah, it's
but you're
already,
going to-
it's already started.
Oh, Elam has?
Elam has started, it's 178.3 is what it's gonna take to do that. So we can only move the 24 plus the 23.
48.
48. Yeah, 48.
24 and
We
23,
then
27.
some
Well,
of
no,
those
but,
right today. We
dollars,
Then I need-
it's 48.
I need the,
change.
yeah, it's 48,000 that came in,
That's right.
and you've got 10, so that's.
So that gives us 58.
58.
And then you go back.
So let's
into
move the 48. Let's just move the sum of those two numbers, and then we'll go from there. If I
Make a
don't,
motion to do
20,000,
that with the
sure.
understanding we're gonna keep looking for retribution for, another way to help us out with
Okay, we do have a motion.
For, what was the amount?
the 48.
48.
The
Because
two
second had it
insurance
been, yeah.
recoveries, those two insurance
Okay,
recoveries.
you got that?
Did you second, Commissioner P? Thank you. Any further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes.
Is it Midland Fosterville, the fire department that's out there that's giving the, donating $20? 20,000?
yes, yes.
Okay.
Gentlemen, we're ready for item number 10, and this is a request to submit a grant application to the Christy Houston Foundation for a rescue truck and a rescue boat. Mayor Burgess, we don't have paperwork for that.
Well, there is no paperwork. We hadn't submitted the request yet.
Okay.
It's just simply we're going to ask them. We've had preliminary discussions with them, and the rescue truck, I think, is $210,000, and the rescue boat was $57,000. So we're just going to write a simple letter explaining our needs and, with your permission, and ask them if they'll consider funding that.
So moved.
Commissioner Schaefer, seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. A request from the Health Department to submit a grant application to the Tennessee Department of Health.
No, sir.
Oh,
Salary
excuse me, this, okay, excuse me.
Salary.
Yes, number 11, I skipped number 11. This is the salary supplement agreement with the Tennessee Department of Health. Mrs. Garrett? Yes, this is an annual salary supplement agreement that we have.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor.
There it is.
This is the same agreement we have every year, and these are state dollars that are redirected.
I'll make
Is
a
that a good
motion
way?
to approve.
Commissioner P, yes.
Like I said, this,
And seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. Call the room, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Now, Mrs. Garrett, you do have a request to submit a grant application.
Yes, ma'am. I have a new health educator that was very excited about applying for a grant and did it and then told me. So it was for no matching dollars or anything. She's just requesting $2,000 to do a partnership, and it has already been submitted, so I'm sorry, but so I'm trying to get us in the straight now. So.
Asking for forgiveness.
Yes.
I mean,
And I explained the process to her. I said, that was
I've been
great
doing
that you're
that
trying to
several
get
times in
money,
my
but
life.
there is a
Motion to
procedure.
approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sandlin. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Participation is a matching, so you can handle
Okay, we are ready for the general purpose school fund budget amendments. Mr. Sandvik and Director Odom. Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Sandlin, if you will start with the recommended motions, and we will take this as one vote unless a member of the committee stops us.
I'm gonna turn it over.
All right. Our first amendment is a cleanup amendment for certified staff. We are asking to reallocate $26,113 in teacher pay and benefits, $24,678 of which is already budgeted, and the $1,435 in related benefits are also budgeted dollars. And just to cover staff changes as people have come with different degrees of experience. Very routine amendment we do every year. Probably we'll have a few more changes.
Should we take them individually, or there's some other
There are
pretty
six of
hefty
them.
ones?
There are six of them. If you're comfortable, gentlemen, we'll just take it the 6 general purpose school budget amendments as one vote.
Yeah.
The classified staff amendment takes $75,606 in already budgeted staff pay and benefits. $67,062 of that is pay. $8,544 is the related benefits. Again, just moves it to the line items where we're going to need it this year.
Number 3.
Okay. Number 3, this amendment budgets the $270,000 in additional state BEP funds the system has received for the mid-year insurance increase, and I put it in budget lines where we may need it this year for insurance. And there's some other minor insurance type adjustments, like life insurance, items like that, but just moving those dollars about.
Number 4.
Our special ed high-cost students, most years you see this amendment. We got $241,326 in state flow-through funds for our high-cost special ed students. We have to budget these in the current year for non-administrative special education expenditures. And again, the amendment increases the expenditures in line items where we think it will be needed. We'll go to fund balance.
Back up on number 3 just a second,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Samick. This increase from the state is a past year increase.
It's
to help
the state, like ours, the state insurance plan matches the calendar year, not the fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is an increase in their rates in January, all the systems get, that's run back through their BEP formula for the year, and they get the adjustment. So whenever there's a state insurance increase, we see
When
this.
do they get that adjustment?
It comes into place the 1st of January.
Of each calendar
Of each calendar year. We tend to get word of it
So
in
then
January.
January 14 is when the teachers will get that adjustment.
No, this adjustment is just funding to us. Since we're self-insured, we
Right.
just apply it toward our premium costs as an employer. It's
The state is paying for, a teacher's salary. Part of it's paid by the state and part of it's local.
Yeah.
So are the benefits.
Yeah.
So when there's an increase in the insurance, the state is going to provide funding for that increased cost.
I'm just clarifying the piece, the teacher piece compared to the county employee piece over here in general fund.
State doesn't pay the county
State
employees.
doesn't give us any
doesn't-
money.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
that's an added on to help the teacher in the insurance situation.
And our classified staff.
And your classified.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just making that point.
Okay.
It's a big point. I mean,
It is a big point.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 5th amendment is for miscellaneous revenues. We're budgeting $36,000 in rental income for the custodians' apartments, which offsets the flow-through expenditure in custodian pay and benefits, we had to start recording per last year's audit. The balance of the amendment deals with contributions. It takes $21,175 from fund balance for 2011-12 donation from the Jennings Jones Foundation and budgets it for staff development for our Spectrum program, which was the intent of the grant. And the amendment also budgets another $59,606 in other donations to the line items designated by the donors.
And your last one, number 6?
The last one, as our teachers retire and all, our career ladder teachers, that the number of people who get that state flow through drops off each year. And this amendment reduces state career ladder revenues by $184,118 and reduces the related benefits, $158,000 in pay, $26,118 in the related benefits. And it also reallocates, I just didn't think it was worth doing a separate amendment, the state extended contract expenditures, which are also a direct flow through, and the related $331 in order to cover staff reassignment due to a retirement that we had last year.
In layman's terms, explain that reduces state career.
Career ladder started in the 1980s, and they've stopped it, but they've left it for people who are still employed, and so each year there's a little bit less because somebody retires, resigns, or something. So it'll continue to go down as long as, or they stop it, one or the other.
Yeah. About every other year, I lower the amount. We have enough retirements that it's $184,000 drop. But it's been slowly heading down for several years. And then the state is funding less for the extended contract piece each year. We had a 25% reduction for next year on that one.
I'll make a motion to approve the 6 amendments.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion or questions for Mr. Sandvig or Director Odom? Commissioner Schaefer?
Roughly how many career ladder teachers are still around? 400, 500?
You get a list, but I haven't looked at it. A lot of them with that 1,000.
Right, yeah.
They've got a master's degree.
Yeah. I'd have to try to do a count.
That's just, it's not important.
You had, 55 retirees this year or something like that?
There'll be more than that when it's over. We actually honored that many that evening, but it'll probably be close to double that.
Gentlemen, any further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Mr. Sandvig, your centralized cafeteria fund budget amendment?
This 2012-13 centralized cafeteria budget amendment reduces our revenues by a net of $239,711, decreases expenditures by a net of $38,043, and reduces the reserves restricted for school nutrition by $201,668. $164,747,000 of that decrease in reserves is to cover 2 equipment purchases that are needed this school year, a compressor and a hood system. And I will be bringing forward another cafeteria amendment before the end of the year. And again, this is our strange fund. We are not to have more than 3 months of operating expenditures in our fund balance, and we have to have a plan for spending them down. Well, buying equipment. Some of these items, like the hood system, we did a big hood system upgrade because of changes in regs several years ago. We paid for it from borrowed money. We are now able to cover items like this out of the cafeteria fund to a large extent. So
All those funds have to stay in cafeteria. You know, your federal, what the students pay for lunches, so it's a matter of moving it around within that fund. Can't be used anywhere else.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Sandlin, thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jordan. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Gentlemen, do you have anything else? Thank you very much. Thank you. We're ready for risk management. Mrs. Stinson? Do you have anyone else joining you, Mrs. Stinson?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever we get to the property and casualty and
Okay, if you will introduce who is joining you.
I'm going to ask Ms. Bowman to begin making her way to the table. She'll do
Okay,
that after.
sure. If you will introduce who's going to be joining you, that would be great. And gentlemen, we will start with the financial report.
Okay, if you refer to Fund 264, we will begin there. For the month of April, our per employee per month is $910.27 compared to prior year of $853.56 for a year-to-date average of current year of $820.97 compared to prior year of $808.70. When we combine our on-site medical clinics, our experience for the month of April rises to $949.11 per employee per month compared to $903.81 prior year, with a year-to-date current average of $856.51 compared to prior year of $841.77. There is a second sheet attached to this report that I'd like to show you as well. If you will go to the revenue versus expense comparison, you've seen this previously at other meetings, and I'm providing this to you tonight as well in preview of another meeting discussion we'll have later on. What this provides you with is a comparison year over year from 2011, 2012 to 2013. What it shows is that we netted nearly $300,000 in revenue in 2011. We took a deficit of 3.8 in 2012, and that is directly contributed to increased costs over decreased revenue. For 2013, although we are trending positively, we are entering the period this summer where we won't collect the premiums because they are prepaid by the Board of Education for the summer months. This time last year, we were positive as well in our trend, and you can see what happened by the end of the year as well. So I wanted to provide you with this additional information tonight.
And now we'll move to 266.
Okay. Fund 266.
No, I see what I was.
For the month of April, our year-to-date average is $648,450.41 compared to prior year-to-date average of $903,207.21.
Motion to approve the report.
Thank you, Commissioner
Second.
Jordan, seconded by Commissioner Jordan. Any questions or discussion on the financials?
I tell you what, I will go back on that question I had. You said that on the second, so this is the right page, third page, middle column, April, under April the 12th there, you said we were running positive last year.
Yes,
This
of
is on
about
212.
1.7 million.
Look at me.
Okay, I'm looking at April, I was seeing a deficit, that's fine. Okay,
It switched.
that answered my question, thank you.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Gentlemen, next, if you will locate the property casualty recommendation from the insurance committee.
I have with me today Ms. Janet Bowman from CCMSI. CCMSI is the incumbent for our property and casualty business. When we released the bid, we received 2 bids from CCMSI and a company called J. Smith Lanier. I provided you with a sheet that provides you with a quick overview, as well as I have provided you with information which is the advantages of the CCMSI quote, and then a line-by-line comparison is provided to you as well. If you reference the front sheet, it shows you a comparison of broker fees, the actual cost of the various excess coverage liability, and our property inland marine, and then our TPA services. The broker fees had a $50,000 difference between CCMSI and J. Smith Lanier. The liability excess, as you can see, had roughly a $55,000 difference between the two. The inland marine was a little increase with CCMSI over J. Smith Lanier. The TPA services had about a $20 difference. And there is an exhibit for you in this packet for the TPA services as well. Online you can see that as well. What's not included in the J. Smith Lanier quote, or in the $1.2 million that they quoted, was our crime policy that we currently have, which is included in the rates with CCMSI. There had also been a request from the Board of Education that we include uninsured, underinsured motorist insurance. And there's a valid reason for that, and that is because currently children on the bus fall into a donut hole, for lack of a better word, of coverage because it's not carried by the bus driver and it's excluded on our policy currently. We do cover some of the liability related to the contract bus drivers, but not all. And that is a piece that we have not picked up in the past, but it has been requested that we do pick it up for a good reason. And that reason is, if they go out and secure their own policy, 1, it's going to be expensive. 2, there will be a problem with substitute bus drivers as well, because they would have to list all of the drivers on the policy that they would have on an individual basis. So it could create some workflow issues in terms of the transportation. So we did request that as part of our bid, and we did not receive a quote on that through J. Smith Lanier. Now, they did come back on April the 25th and indicate that they had received preliminary quote of about $8,900 to add that, but of course it was after the bid, so we couldn't accept that at that time. And then on the inland marine and property, there's a couple of things there. I think that the biggest one that came up, and I'll go back up to the liability piece. On the vehicles, currently our deductible is $25,000. The quote with J. Smith Lanier was a $50,000 deductible, which is significant when you consider the number of vehicles that we have. So that was one of their disadvantages that was noted. There's also something I failed to mention, which is the accident policy. We offer for reserve deputies and volunteer firemen life AD&D benefits right now, and that particular policy wasn't quoted as well. So that, I only mention that to say it's not included in the total dollar amount. There was, with the inland marine, kind of what jumped out for us there is that it is a schedule and it's not a blanket policy. And under the inland marine, you will have things like band equipment, which, for example, we go to the insurance committee. So if a piece of equipment is not on the schedule at the time of the tornado, which causes damages to the band room, then only those pieces that are on the schedule would actually have coverage on them. So that is exposure for us that's unwanted. So whenever we do the full comparison of the two, the recommendation and what was voted on by the insurance committee was to award the bid to CCMSI. It's lower in cost. It provides the level of coverage that's desired by the county. And there wasn't any excess risk that we saw associated with that. There are...
Back you up just a minute. You said a couple things I want to ask you about.
Sure.
The bus situation.
Mm-hmm.
And the superintendent may want to chime in on this, or Jeff or something. I mean, we're contracted out through individual owner bus.
Operators.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So their coverage is what now? I mean,
Physical damage.
so as far as kid related, then they're not covered, or covered to a certain extent.
They are covered to a certain extent. Do you want to address that?
From a liability
Mhm.
standpoint, they would be covered. So if they sustain bodily injury while they're on the school bus, they are covered right now.
That makes me feel better, because at first, when you said
We're
that, I
talking
was
about
like,
uninsured motorists, though. If
Okay.
there is another party that's responsible for the accident
Mhm,
and they do not carry insurance, the uninsured motorist would not currently pick up on that piece.
Right. It's currently excluded, but we did provide the option this time to
Right.
include that, to make sure that there was no gap in the coverage.
So the bus association knows this is part of the package that the county is providing for them as well.
Been in negotiations with them.
Okay.
They were probably under the impression this part was covered before, or they didn't realize that there may have been a, but it takes a unique situation for that liability to be out there.
Right. And there's only been 2 claims in the past 4 years that was the case, where an uninsured or underinsured motorist hit a school bus, but in both cases they were denied, but there wasn't any bodily injury sustained by any of the children on the bus.
And then back over on the school piece,
Mm.
you pulled out the part as far as the band room or whatever.
Right.
But I mean, you're talking about a computer lab or a cafeteria or something. It seems like all that's under one umbrella of everything that's in the school is what I'm saying. So why is that not part of it?
Some things have to be, some
Because you
things,
could pull out and nitpick really
Mhm.
every piece and be an add-on. I mean, it seems like it's getting a little,
our current coverage is blanket coverage. So anything that's there, we have coverage for.
Right. Inland marine is typically equipment that can be mobile, so it may not necessarily be in the building at the time. It could be with the fire department, it could be with the sheriff's department. It could be a number of things, but typically it's equipment that's mobile or used around the county or schools.
It is covered with the current company. The other company wanted a list, and what's not on the list wasn't covered. And we buying stuff year long. Computer lays down, you buy another, and it doesn't make it on the list. Only do a list once a year, and it's not covered.
before you get too long.
That's okay. And there is a tag process for all of that type
Yeah.
of equipment.
Yeah.
The problem is that there's a lapse in time between when we tag it and get it to the insurance carrier, then we would have exposure, so.
Okay.
Ms. Stinson, I attended some of the risk management meetings, and I actually came away with a little bit different take on it than that. I'm not sure I'm going to support the risk management's committee's decision on this. I'd like to, I guess, make 2 comments. One is about insurance coverage, and the other is about cost. I think the competing set of bids from J. Smith Lanier is actually offering more insurance and at lower cost. I guess talking about both points, first about the amount of insurance. The J. Smith Lanier bid provides up to a $5 million limit on multiple line items, and I'm gonna list some of these because I found this to be convincing. Number 1, on police and professionals. A second line item on public officials. This would be like if a public official violated sunshine laws. A third line would be employment practices, might have to do with sexual harassment. A fourth one might have to do with auto liability, an injury, for example. A fifth one would be general liability, and a sixth one could even be school board legal liability. That's a $5 million liability limit on each of those different lines, and I've listed 6, and there could be others.
Right.
My understanding is that the amount of insurance offered by CCMSI would be $5 million in aggregate.
Well, actually, if you attended the meeting, that I would have walked away with that same understanding. And it was mentioned to me after the meeting, and I went back and I discussed with the consultant, and actually went in and looked at the bid information. What was determined was that the consultant had not provided a complete picture of the bid, and they left that assumption there. The reality of it is, from what I understand, the J. Smith Lanier bid is actually a $1 million, $4 million bid, meaning that there is $1 million that is covered through one carrier, and then they have an excess of $4 million for a total of $5 million. Now it is line by line.
I guess my point was it was a $5 million limit on each line as opposed to a
Right.
$5 million limit
But so
across
does
all the lines
CCMSI, and
combined.
that's what I was going to finish my comment with. CCMSI also has that as well, and we didn't explain that there, but it is in their bid. And Ms. Bowen can speak to
Right.
that, because I know it was one of the things that was an advantage, and I think it's what the school board representatives, the reason why they voted towards J. Smith Lanier was because of that $5 million per line of coverage. So
Right, and of course that addresses the liability portion of the insurance. The second portion is the property. My understanding is that the CCMSI bid provides $100 million in I guess, catastrophic type damage. But the J. Smith Lanier quote includes $200 million. Actually, a comment that Mr. Sandvig mentioned in the meeting I found to be very persuasive, and that is, what if tornadoes blow through Murfreesboro like they did Joplin, Missouri, and we sustain a lot of property damage? Having that additional coverage is something that that we might need. I guess my first point is I just simply think there's more insurance coverage with the competing bid. I think my second point has to do with the cost. On the first sheet of your handout, lines 1 and 4 really deal with the costs in terms of fees to the broker and the TPA.
Mhm.
The CCMSI broker fee is $10,000, and the J. Smith Lanier fee is $60,000. The second component of that is for the TPA. The fee for the TPA through Brentwood Services, my understanding is it's $110,000, and it's a fixed fee.
That's correct.
The fee through CCMSI is variable. We don't really know what it's going to be. You've got $109,000 on here, but I believe our consultant, Mr. Shroop, estimated it for us at $180,000.
That's right. And you brought up some good points. I'd like to address each one of them. Let's start with the last one.
Just to wrap up, so
Mhm.
I mean, just based on these fees, it looks like I guess there's two things I want to say. Number one, when you add up the brokerage fee and the fee for the TPA service, the competing quote is cheaper. I also like the fact that the fee is a flat fee for the TPA services as opposed to a fee per claim, because it doesn't create sort of a competing incentive for more claims because you're getting paid on a per claim basis. It also provides us more certainty because it's a fixed fee. And of course, I mean, I'm comparing this to our insurance costs from last year. I believe the brokerage fee last year with CCMSI was in the neighborhood of $150,000. And so my concern is that with this variable fee for TPA services, that the reason why the brokerage fee for CCMSI could be lowered from a larger amount down to $10,000 is because there are fees on the back end through the TPA.
Let's start with the TPA, because you had quite a few there, and that's the one I can remember best right at this moment. I provided you all, if you'll look at this sheet right here, it's in your attachments. He is correct in what he's saying about the estimate being $180,000. That was for last year, for that period of time. That's when we had the hailstorm, so we had lots of vehicle claims there. So that was an anomaly. We're not going to see that regularly. So what I went back and did was I pulled the average number of claims for the past 5 years to give a more accurate picture. And you can see, and that is where the numbers have come out at 109, 980, and I actually capped it at 110 based on what you said, because the actual fee for service would have been 113, 485. So in an average year, we're going to see about $110,000 on both sides. Now that could change if we have a hailstorm like what you just described, because it's on a fee for service basis. Brentwood Services used to be our TPA. They were not supportive of the OJI program, and that's one of the reasons why we ended up moving from them. They have now been doing it since 2007. So for a surety of $20, we're going to lose years of experience in managing not only Rutherford counties, but OJIs as well. So that is, one of the things. The other thing is, if you look up here, you're going to see the auto liability physical damage, or the auto physical damage of 60 claims. The auto liability physical damage, 35 claims. Those are some of our highest numbers here. So we're going to raise from $25,000 to $50,000 on those lines. So we have additional exposure there. So I think that for the earthquake coverage and things like that you've recommended, tornadoes, if it sweeps through, $200,000 is nice. But if I look at this and I say from a risk perspective, how often has that happened in the county versus what we see here just on this one thing? I would say we're going to be more likely to have something like this happen.
Well, no,
so where's the proper placement of cost versus risk? That's
my concern is just being able to lock in at a fixed fee of $110,000 for the TPA services, and then for sure what it is, as opposed to it being variable. And it depends on what year you select for your experience. The consultant picked a year that had it at $180,000. If you pick a different set of years, it would be different. It could be lower, but it could
Actually,
also
I'll
be
pick
higher.
that year to give like the last year's experience just for demonstration purposes.
So I guess I feel like I'd like to lock in at a set rate, and I'd also like to remove this sort of probably inadvertent incentive to have more claims, because with the CCMSI TPA fee structure, they're getting paid on a per claim basis.
Well, we send the claims in, so there's really no way for them to incentivize that through their fees because they only get the claims once we send them in. The other risk here, though, when you talk about securing the fee rate, is that the minimum fee for Brentwood Services is $85,000. So they'll say we won't charge you more than $110,000, but we're going to charge you $85,000. So if you have a $50,000 a year, you're still paying $85,000. And if you have $180,000, you're going to pay $110,000. So I think it's a wash. I think that you still have risk on both sides of it. And is it enough incentive to move from what we know? And these claims are not simple claims. They're very complex, particularly on the OJI, which is OJI Medical 192. These are our employees that we're dealing with. So I have more confidence in a TBA that knows us, who we know works with us, who treats our employees properly. And I'm not saying Brentwood Services don't, but when I look at the overall and I look at the cost of the insurance, to me CCMSI is still a great decision to be made.
I'm going to throw in one other point. I think in the event of a tie, of course in this case my assessment is that there's more insurance being offered with this competing bid at a lower rate, but J. Smith Lanier does have an office on South Church Street. They're local. They've got 24 employees in the county. I would think that having folks located that close to the courthouse would be an advantage too, to help work with us on a daily basis, particularly when you're dealing with things like loss control services.
Yeah, I've got 3 more comments I'd like to make. I think that the presentation with J. Smith Lanier, probably one of the most attractive parts is their safety piece that they have in the services, the loss control that they provide there. I think and I'd like for Ms. Bowen to be able to speak about the aggregate coverage on the $5 million. I think that's important for the committee to hear. What was interesting was during their interview, they brought their claims person who doesn't live in Rutherford County that I'm aware of. They brought another person who secures the bids who doesn't live in Rutherford County that I'm aware of. There was the 3, the loss control, and the 2 senior account executives that do live in Rutherford County I'm aware of. I never really heard what the 2 senior executives were going to do. They never really spoke up and said what they're going to do to earn the $50,000. And they came back and priced, and the reason I say 50 is because they came back and said of that $60,000, the loss services was about $10,000 of that.
Are you referring to J. Smith Lanier?
Yes.
I was referring to them having an office on South Church Street with 24 employees. I'm not aware that, just being in the county.
Right, but I'm
I
just
don't
saying
think
that you said
CCMSI
better
is in the
service,
county.
and I'm just saying that they never spoke up and said what that service would have been directly from their local office other than with the loss control services. CCMSI has employees in Rutherford County as well. They're not, J. Smith Lanier isn't domiciled in Rutherford County, they just have a local office, and I do understand your point on that, but I don't know if, perhaps it is worth $100,000 to the county to give it to someone who has an office with 24 people in it, but when I look at this, I say no. I say that we're still best off with CCMSI. And if you'll just address the $5 million real quickly.
Yeah, I think when they were doing their comparison, J. Smith Lanier, they were looking at the previous insurance, which tied in the $5 million. Currently, the quote has $5 million per line of coverage, but it also has a $10 million aggregate. So there's a difference there. One of the other things that Ms. Stinson was talking about, the $1 million per occurrence with the J. Smith Lanier with a $4 million excess, that's totally a different scenario. When you've got $5 million combined single limit, which our quote does on every line, versus 1 and 4, you have to make sure that that $1 million primary, that $4 million excess has the same coverage as that $1 million primary, and making sure that there's no additional exclusions in between that, because that's basically saying an insurance company doesn't want to take that entire $5 million risk. They want to take $1 million and facilitate out the other $4 million. So that's a difference too. A couple other things, the sexual abuse liability and sexual harassment with J. Smith Lanier was quoted at $1 million. We're at $5 million with a lower retention. We've got a $50,000 lower retention on each one of those coverages. The sexual abuse and sexual harassment. And then, as Ms. Stinson mentioned, our quote did include the crime coverage. So while the bid didn't specify on the property, we complied with the bid specs and asking for $100 million on the property. If the county feels like there's additional exposure and would want $200 million, we could easily go back and get that from Travelers, which has been your carrier for several years. You have a $1 billion blanket limit. So basically, what would have to happen in that case is $100 million would be exhausted, but then on one occurrence, but then you would still have that another $100 million up to $1 billion. Okay, so the point there is, if you would like to have $200 million on the property, we can definitely go back and try to obtain that. You've always carried $100 million. We've never even come anywhere close to that, thank goodness. But so I think it's kind of some of the bells and whistles that, yeah, we can go back, but I don't want to sell you something that I don't think that y'all have even come close to. Not to say that catastrophic claim couldn't happen tomorrow, but we do know in the past 3 years there's been hail damage claims in 2 of those years, where our deductible on the auto physical damage is the $25,000 versus J. Smith Lanier's at the $50,000. So that's more, in our opinion, more of when we analyzed and looked at the trends where we felt like we could save the county and the Board of Education money.
Question, on the 100 million versus 200 million, is that for a single occurrence? Would that be, say, a tornado came through and actually hit 2 county buildings?
Correct.
The 100 million would be the total that you would pay out, say if it exceeded that, would be the total you'd pay out on both buildings because it was a single occurrence,
Right.
not the fact that it was 2 different
Right,
buildings?
that's correct.
Okay.
And then it would be reinstated if the next day another tornado came through, and you would still have the $100 million.
That would be a second occurrence. Is that a 24-hour period, or how does that work? Just out of curiosity.
No, it would just be, well, yeah, it would be.
Because
Right.
sometimes when you have storms, I mean, I follow them to the fire department, is you might have a storm cell coming in here from this end of the county, and then we've had one in Barfield, for instance, and then we had one up in Smyrna area.
Mhm.
And it was during the same 24-hour period.
Right.
And then we also had one at Walter Hill, so there's 3 different locations further apart, but all in the same day. So what you're saying, that would still be one single occurrence?
More than likely, it would probably be determined, they would probably go back and investigate from I guess, the media and the weather channels to see exactly what the time difference, but more than likely it would be a one occurrence.
Different storm cells wouldn't matter, or?
It could. I think, like I said, they would probably have to investigate it to see.
Is it the 12:01 timestamp on it?
Typically. Mhm.
Yeah, which rolls it to a different calendar day.
Okay. Answer my question, thank you.
Okay.
Was there anything else, Commissioner, that I didn't answer that you had brought up?
I think that's the gist of it. I mean, there's a lot of different rows here, and on some of these smaller items, CCMSI might look better, and on other small rows, J. Smith Lanier might look better, but the main 2 points I wanted to make was more insurance, and I felt like using the consultant's cost, it was a lower cost.
Madam Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion. If you're ready to hear one.
Sure.
I'm make a motion that we go with Ms. Stinson's and the Insurance Committee's request to go with CCMSI as our folks to cover us on the property and casual and crime coverage renewals.
Thank you, Mr. Sandlin.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Schaefer. Any further discussion or questions? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
No.
Commissioner Jernigan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes. Okay, gentlemen, hang in here because we've got a lot of documents on this to keep up with. The next recommendation is for life insurance carrier. We need to be on number 3 pages 1 and 2.
I've got Mr. Brown from Calvin Benefits joining me. They're the consultant that we worked with on the bids. They help us on a lot of our insurance needs that we have. So he'll be available to both of the bids that came in. They are the broker on it. He can address any questions regarding the 2 finalist bids that we have noted on the sheet here. Our current provider is the standard for our basic as well as our supplemental life. When you look at the first sheet, these are the basic rates. These are the sheets that the county pays the employee portion of. When you look at the renewal for the standard, they had an 8% increase on the basic rate. And then when you go over and you look at your second sheet, I'm not quite sure how you are going to do this. We can actually just talk off the second one because it kind of has it aggregated down. It might be the easiest. When
If
you,
we could, get this a little smaller so we can see it.
it's a reading test.
It's a reading
Yes,
test.
you're going to have to.
By the time I get it so
Yeah,
big
carpal
here, I got to
tunnel.
go way over
Uh,
here and then way back over here.
I
so.
understand.
Put the money in the budget next year for paper.
Well, maybe we'll just. That would work for a bigger deal.
So if you go to the, let's just go to the second sheet and look from there. If you look at the bottom, it's highlighted in yellow. It says total supplemental life, AD&D, total basic supplemental life, AD&D, if you'll see that. The insurance committee recommended the Hartford bid. Hartford brought forth a 6.1% overall reduction. They also offered a, on the basic, they offered a 12.9% reduction, which is what the county pays. They offered a reduction across all offerings on the supplemental, which is what the employee pays, for an aggregated decrease of 6.1% overall. Now, we had also looked at the MetLife. The MetLife took an increase on the basic, which is what the county pays, of 6.5%. They took a substantial decrease on the supplemental for employee life. They increased the rates on the spouse life. They increased the rates on the retiree life. And when we looked at the overall bid, we felt like that the Hartford bid was the best bid because it reduced cost across all lines. And so the recommendation and what was accepted by the insurance committee was to award the life insurance to the Hartford beginning January 1st, 2014.
So what happened to Standard? Why didn't they jump back in since they had it last year?
Well, since it's a bid, we
Just
have,
things happen. I mean,
yeah, our spouse life is having a negative trend on it. It's having a bad trend. And so a lot of the carriers went through and actually rated because of that experience, because we provide an experience as part of the bid. And I think that that's where the cost is for them as well as on the spouse piece of the supplemental.
Well, I went through this scenario at purchasing, so I will make a bid, and I heard it all, I've heard it all again. And I will make the bid to we go with the insurance committee's recommendation of the Hartford.
That was Commissioner Schaefer, seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. That's for life insurance. Any further discussion or questions? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. The next recommendation is for Cigna as the short-term disability carrier. Gentlemen, I think we'll be on page 3.
This is another reading test, but it's a short one. This one's pretty simple, actually. Reliance is our incumbent. They did not get their bid in by the deadline. Cigna provided a flat rate increase, so flats hold, current rates hold flat with a 3-year rate guarantee. The next in cost closest would be MetLife with a 2% increase over current rates. However, we asked for a 3-year rate guarantee. They only provided a 2-year And they reduced the maximum weekly benefit from $1,250 to $1,200. So the recommendation was to accept the Cigna bid for the short-term disability effective January 1st, 2014, and it was accepted by the insurance committee.
Make a motion to approve the insurance committee's recommendation.
Commissioner Jernigan, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Sandlin. Any further discussion or questions? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Now, am I following this correctly? We need to be, gentlemen, help me here. We need to be at number 4. And it will say, excuse me, let me back up. It will say medical dental rates, but go to number 4 and make sure you're on page 1. Okay.
Should look like
Oh,
this.
Okay.
This. Okay.
Yeah, I did it, but it popped back up.
Having trouble. There we are. I found it. Yeah. Okay, this is the 2013-2014 stop-loss insurance renewable, or renewal.
Make a request. Would you mind mentioning the vote, if you recall them? I can look them up on each one of these from the insurance committee if it was unanimous or 50-50 or whatever it came out. As you go through, you may remember off the top of your head, or they may remember, so.
I think
These
that,
last two ones.
I think these are all unanimous until we get to the rates.
Well, the first one was 12-2.
Huh?
The first
First
one
one
was
was 12-2.
12-2.
With the CCMSI rate, the 2 for the Board of Ed, which I've referenced, right?
Gentlemen, are we at the stop-loss insurance renewal page?
Okay. This is just our annual renewal with Cigna for our stop-loss. Option 1 is what was recommended and accepted by the committee, and that is the $750,000 ISL with a $5.95 composite rate per employee. And I believe it was a unanimous vote. I'm looking for my minutes right now. On the stop loss. It was unanimous.
Yes, it
Yeah, I
was.
thought it was. Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve the insurance committee's
Commissioner
recommendation.
Jordan,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner P. Questions or discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Recommendation for changes to health insurance plan.
Sorry, I was trying to find my minutes. It's not in this one. Oh, it's voted that I recall.
She's got it on the iPad too.
Oh, she does. Okay, so you have them there?
They're on the iPad.
Okay.
We've got a copy here, and we were just digging through them. I thought you had them in front of you, that's why I
No, I'm
asked.
sorry. I did bring them, but that among
We
the
can
1,000
look
other
them up too.
pages. Okay.
Which one are we doing?
We are doing this sheet here now.
That's what we got.
The recommendations for the health insurance. So we had a meeting on April the 3rd, a work session with the insurance committee. We were beginning discussions about rates for 2014. And one of the, I think one of the common discussions is what can we do to save costs in the plan before we start passing costs along to employees. So we worked with Cigna, we requested that they give us recommendations based on what they commonly see in the health plans that they administer. And they came back with recommendations, as you see in front of you, which were ultimately presented and accepted by the insurance committee. And I believe it was a unanimous vote on these. Okay. What this does is it changes, if you'll compare the bottom section to the top, the areas highlighted in light blue shows where those changes are. So you can see the annual deductibles for the copay plan in 2014, both in and out of network will be changed. The annual out-of-pocket maximum on the copay plan, both in and out of network, will have a change to it. The ER copay will have a flat $300 per visit unless they are admitted, at which point it would be waived. The urgent care, which is more advanced care than a convenient care. Convenient care is like the little clinics, take care clinics, what's inside of the minute clinics inside of CVS. This is more of your, what used to be called Tennessee Urgent Care, and I can't recall what it's called right now, American Family Physicians, those type of places. A change in the copay amount for in-network. And then the mail order pharmacy, 90 days at retail, actually has some improvement over a prior year as a recommendation. On the deductible plan, the out-of-network is showing to increase for 2014. The annual out-of-pocket maximum has a change both in and out of network. The ER copays has a change, and it's that $300 flat fee, both in and out of network. And then improvement in the in-network mail order and 90-day at retail. For the HRA, there is an increase in deductibles both in and out of network. And then there's the improvement in the mail order pharmacy 90-day at retail. And so these were the recommendations that were made. And as I said, they were accepted by the insurance committee, and they were done in an effort to help with more cost sharing to drive overall decrease in the necessary rate increase, which is substantial, as you probably already know, and we'll discuss that in a little bit.
It's cost effective for our employees to visit the clinics instead of going to the ER.
That is correct.
Do you feel like we're providing enough incentive for them to do that?
Well, so we have two options for that, which is part of the reason, and thank you for bringing up that point, which is part of the reason why we felt comfortable in charging the ER fee as it's set forth. Previously, until in March of this year, you could only go to our 5 on-site employee health clinics. And if you are in the copay or deductible plan, there is no charge for any service provided in that clinic or any of the generic medications that they distribute from that clinic. We have, if you're in the HRA plan, outside of a wellness visit, you had a $50 copay. However, you could apply that to your HRA funds and seek reimbursement as long as you still had funds available. We expanded that to the Middle Tennessee Take Care retail clinics. And we did that because we only have our maximum occupancy at the clinics is at full capacity. So we wanted to have another avenue without having to build clinics that cost $250,000 each. And so we expanded to the retail market. Employees can now go to those clinics located in Middle Tennessee, Take Care clinics, and actually receive the same care that they would have received at MedPoint, and there'll be no cost or cost if they're in the HRA. So those clinics are open Saturday, Sunday, later evening hours than our other clinics. And we have provided other avenues for care as well. And we have about 35% of steerable visits inside of our emergency room, which means they could have gone to a lower level of care instead of using that as primary care.
One thing I wanted to just point out, and all of us are concerned about insurance. Everybody sitting in here, I mean, this room hadn't cleared it all, so that's what we're here for. But
They're not here about the litter grant.
the dead animal removal, that's the one I was waiting on. But seriously, we're all in this together. All of us are paying this out of our pockets. Everybody's sitting here, and we're all concerned about it. We don't like it that these rates are going up, but we've got to be able to provide affordable insurance. And my understanding, we lost about $2 million on our bottom line as far as the money in reserves that we had over what we had last year, and we can't continue to do that and still offer insurance to people. So the reason I'm bringing this up is, for goodness sakes, if you don't have a bullet hole in you or somebody knifed you, don't go to the emergency room. Go to one of these clinics and save us all some money, and you're gonna be putting money, but keeping money in your own pockets too. So, I mean, that concerns all of us, so please do that.
We have done several things trying to incentivize employees to have better options for decisions, like what you just indicated, even the preventative generic drug list. There's a long list now that they can go get the medications at retail, so that if by chance they can't get into one of our clinics, they can get the prescription at retail, and that is saving our employees as well. So we do those things where we can.
Well, the other thing, I think there's a lack of education, and maybe that's where the other commissioner was coming from. And I know that y'all work hard at doing that, but, you know, maybe there's something that we can do, some workshops in the schools or at the sheriff's department in ways that people aren't aware. I mean, it's there, they should be aware, but they're still not. I know there's a lot of it I miss. You know that, because I've called you several times and say, hey, what did I do here? But at any rate, maybe some more education on our part to help that along, so everybody knows what the best option is. And if you've got a sick child, I mean, yes, I mean, you won't care as quickly as you can get it, but you know, you need to do that smartly too, especially when we've got good facilities that are available to take care of that.
I think the plan design will help. I mean, if we were to look at the ER utilization by plan, the HRA plan would have the lowest amount because you're at risk. The financial risk is there, and so by increasing that to a $300 copay, that financial will stick in your mind after open enrollment. You'll know instead of 100, instead of 150, it's 300, and so by that steerage, it'll help as well as the education.
Well, I got the idea that both of these, to my left and right, were asking, is 300 enough?
I was asking about incentive, and I think you commented more about the accessibility of the clinics.
Mm-hmm. On average, I mean, the average cost of an ER visit's around $900, discounted price.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the plans that we work with, if you're on a fully insured basis, which the insurance companies would direct that cost of the plan, it's on average around $200 to $250. So today at 150, that is below 300. Actually, it's a little bit above the average. But as we migrate more people to this HRA, they're on the liability for that first amount. So I mean, they're paying $900 out of their pocket if they haven't met their deductible. So it's really these first two plans that have that kind of copay in there.
That's what I'm saying. Why was 400 or 500 discussed? Because you've got in there that if they go to the emergency room and then they're admitted, then the plan's going to cover, and that 300's waived because they really did.
And it's a cost.
Yeah,
I mean,
like if Dad cut his kid with a chainsaw or something like that. It's happened.
So I'd like to make 2 points to what was just said. I think the incentive is that it's free.
Accidentally, yeah. No, it wasn't my dad.
That's Laverne. I don't live in Laverne.
I think the incentive is that it's free. That's the incentive to use our clinics. It's free. You know, I say free, and I know some of y'all that's faux pas. It's not free. It's built into the rates, but they don't have to pay at time of service. So there's no cost. I can tell you now, as I'm rounding out 2 years, I hear from employees they won't drive to Stewart's Creek because they always go to Blackman. Well, Stewart's Creek's not that far. You're going to pay less in gas than what you're going to pay in a copay. So at some point, I feel like that from that perspective, we've done a lot. On the education side, what we've started in last year is called Wellness on Wheels, and we go out to the different schools, the different county general buildings. We do a Quest Tech where we do a finger stick, give them some results, educate them about the clinics and all that type of stuff. So we have increased, and whether they're present that day or they attend, there is that constant need, and I agree with that. But I think that in the last year we've made more progress than what we had been. And I have one more other thought, but it's rambled now. So,
is there other incentives like to non-tobacco use and for those who aren't having kids anymore, and stuff like that? That's less expensive as far as care. I mean, is there incentives that way, and plus many other things I'm not thinking of? I'm just saying.
Not yet. Let me address that after I address this. The 150, you see 150 to 300, you think that's only $150. Well, here's the reality of it. We're not charging that 150 today. Because the way the policy is written, it says, unless not deemed an emergency. Well, if I feel it's an emergency, what claims person has enough data to say it wasn't an emergency at midnight when that child had an ear infection? it never gets charged. That's just the reality of it. So we do it as a scare tactic in the plan, but really it's not being charged. They're going to be charged this $300. So I would say 300 is sufficient. It's only going to take once. We do not currently have those type of drivers in our plan. There is a discussion that will happen in the next insurance committee about a wellness incentive to at least start identifying risk factors and things like that. So we are moving towards those type of initiatives.
We talked about a different rate if they didn't have an HRA.
That's right, and that's the
Now,
wellness
we didn't
incentive.
actually, that's been shelved for now, has it
That's
not?
been shelved until the May meeting.
We'll discuss it at a later
Right,
date, yeah.
yeah.
That's not in the plan at this point in
That's
time, we're in
correct.
discussion.
Right.
And one purpose of these plan designs, as you can see, there's a lot of blue at the bottom, so making quite a few plan changes to each benefit. One question early on was, there, as we're about to see, there's a significant needed increase this year. So what type of plan design changes can we make to reduce that? And so one example, as we started going through here, is these are fairly significant plan changes, but the percentage savings is not that great. So one point we tried to make throughout the lines, there's not enough plan changes we could make to reduce this increase down to 0 or 10.
Any more questions about that I can answer?
Well, I'll make the motion then that we adopt changes to our plans, our health plans as approved by the insurance committee.
Commissioner Schaefer, thank you.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Commissioner Baum. Any further discussion?
I'll say I'm gonna vote for this because I know it's needed, but and the next item too, we're gonna be hard on our employees and whatever we decide on either one of these, and hard on our taxpayers because these numbers are driven by expenses or exposure from what's actually done. So the more we can get people to think conservatively on where they go and things like that, as far as the emergency room and stuff, the more we will not be in the same position as badly next year and the year after and things like that.
Things that come into play too.
Gentlemen, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
Yes. Medical and dental rates, and Mrs. Stinson, I'm assuming that we will do the dental rates separately?
Yes, ma'am. Can we do those first, actually?
Yes.
Is that okay? Dental doesn't need an increase in 2014, so the recommendation that was voted unanimously was to accept the 0% rate increase on dental.
I'm all for it.
I thought I'd throw you a bone in
You pick a motion and a second.
I want to make friends first, right?
Yeah.
Second the motion.
And
Okay.
Sandlin, yes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is it okay to do a voice vote on that? Okay. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Okay.
Before she starts in on this, and only because I've had two people comment to me about why don't we bid our insurance premium. If Ms. Stinson could explain what our plan is, the difference between a
Fully
self-insured
insured,
plan
self-funded.
and a fully insured
And we
plan.
did that last year.
Okay. So, fully insured insurance is when you pay a specified amount per month on that employee and that coverage level, and no matter what the claims do, you don't exceed that. Just like with our life insurance, we're gonna pay so much per month regardless of the number of claims that we have, right? When we bid this again, that rate can adjust at that time depending on what the experience has been. That's called a fully insured model. On a self-funded model, it's where we say we are willing to take on the risk to a certain limit. And for us, it's $750,000 per person on the plan. And anything below that 750, we're gonna be on the hook for. And the reason we do that is because typically when you get over about 1,000 lives, and even down to as small as a 100 life group, I've seen them self-funded, and you can jump in at any time, it is better as long as you're charging the proper premium level. If you aren't charging the proper premium level, then what will happen is what we see happening. Our expenditures are outpacing our revenues. But you should, in a self-funded model, be able to charge a lower premium rate than what that fully insured rate's going to be because of the risk, and end up covering your costs, offering the same or better insurance in a lot of instances, and it's a cost savings overall. So even when we look at this and we say, wow, those are high insurance premiums, if we went out and obtained a fully insured quote, we might be begging for these rates.
Because essentially with the fully insured quote, you're paying 2% tax, and then with healthcare reform 1114, there's an additional 2 to 4% that's going to be applied to fully insured rates. So most of my clients are now looking at, I want to consider going self-funded to essentially miss 6% potential tax on that fully insured rate. And so the benefit you guys have of being self-funded, as Ms. Simpson says, you've been able to set your own budget. If we went out and looked at a fully insured quote, you're at the mercy of what the insurance company thinks that rate should be. Now, we would bid it out to every carrier, but that's essentially what we did last year. We looked at Blue Cross and United and Cigna and Aetna, and your claims are your claims. When you're self-funded, your claims are your claims. But so what we want to make sure is you're getting the best negotiated contracts with the hospitals and the providers, that your network is the broadest network available, that the administrative cost is as low as possible. And when we looked at that last year, we looked at all the carriers, and Cigna provided the greatest discount, one of the broadest networks, and one of the lowest costs. So that's what you have to look at when you're self-funded, is really those three components. Outside of that, we have to manage the claims. Like you said, we have to manage our own claims. Everybody's responsibility to manage the claims, because that's the bulk of this increase, is the claim piece.
It's basically an ESOP of healthcare. You know, and an ESOP, it's an employee-owned company. They work towards the mentality of, I have ownership in this, and my actions, my behaviors, what I do drives that bottom line. Well, in self-funded, it's the same mentality. Your actions, behaviors, what you do drives that bottom line. Every time you go to the doctor, you're contributing to the cost.
Now, in our previous meetings leading up to this point, the good news is your claim utilization has not gone up to mirror this increase. Your claim utilization is up only around 3.6% this year over last year. The problem is, what we've said is, you don't have a claims utilization issue, you have a premium problem. Your budget is not set to match the claims that are coming in, which accounted for the shortfall in your reserves that we talked about earlier. So what we're really trying to accomplish this year is actually getting your premium, your budget, to match the claims that are coming in, because we can no longer fund that difference in the reserves. And so, as we say, it's not really trying to, we want to continue to lower utilization so that next year we come out with a better message. So we're going to talk about wellness and plan design changes, but really the issue is not utilization this year, it's premium.
So if you look back at your financial reports, you see that bottom, at the very bottom, I know it's a big number, I give it to you for information, and it runs excess of $50 million, and that's our OPEB liability. With what we're going to show you on this proposal, the $63 million budget for healthcare next year, that is just to cover the active claims. That doesn't contribute a dime towards our future liabilities. And so that's important to remember. Not only are we deficient in covering our current claims costs, but we're not contributing anything to our OPEB liability. So when we began the discussion about the premiums, the Board of Education brought forth a proposal to offer relief to the pre-65 retirees. The pre-65 retirees need a 160% rate increase. The recommendation was for a 50% rate increase. 50% of 160 is about 31%, so netting out it's about a 31% increase. It was resulting in premium levels that were felt to be too high, and therefore relief was asked for. And they were asked for in terms of blending of the rates. And I'm going to give you some information that you don't have here just so that you can understand how we arrived at the decision. When we looked at the rates being blended, what it does is it takes them from a single and family premium to a 4-tier premium just like we have actives, employee, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, employee plus family. It actually reduced on the employee side their premium levels by $25, $28 a month when we did that. We have in the proposal about $1.4 million booked in as subsidy for the retirees already to the active. So then the discussion became, is that the right decision to do? Are we being fair to everybody if we adopt that proposal? A recommendation was made, and it was voted down. I think as we count on there.
Initial one, yeah.
Yeah, 12 against, 2 yes on that vote. So then the recommendation was made, if the ultimate goal is to provide relief, blending may not be the right decision to make this year. We have the exchange coming up, we have other considerations to make, such as our OPEB, what effect it could have on our rates when we go to secure loans, and healthcare reform. What's the exchange going to do next year? So those are some of our biggest pieces that we looked at. So the recommendation was to provide a 1 year relief for pre-65 retirees who will have a retiree status as of 12/31/2013, and through that relief we would increase the county portion for the single on the copay and deductible plan from 50% to 65.5%, on the family from 50% to 63.5%. Anyone that retired after 12/31/2013, they will pay the 50% just as it was originally designed. Next year we'll come up with a proposal on how to better address this growing retiree problem. Now I'll remind you, last year we needed a 122% increase on our plan, and we took a 20% increase, and that's what has contributed to the deficit, okay? So that was the first piece that was voted on. The 65.5, 63.5 passed through the committee as the right recommendation and what they desired to do, okay? So then the next discussion we had was about the post-65. The post-65s were recommended for a 10% increase. That passed through. So through the culmination of the subsidized rates for the pre-65s and the 10% rate on the post-65s, that's a fully funded rate, at fully funded premium for the retirees at that point. So both of those passed through. So then the discussions began on the actives. When we had the meeting on April the 3rd, the work session, from that I was given some deliverables for the insurance committee. Those deliverables were to bring back, and I will remind you before I begin that in 2012 we voted to decrease county contribution by at least 1% annually to start doing more cost sharing because we saw the premiums continuing, the need was going to be there to rise. So one of the proposals I had to bring back was without the plan changes. Well, once the plan changes passed, that became obsolete, so that wasn't entertained. Another proposal that I was asked to bring back was to reduce the employee contribution to 80% across all 3 plans. When that was presented, what that does in essence is that doubles the premium for the actives. So now we had 2 scenarios going on. We were looking at doubling premiums for the actives, subsidizing the retirees, and it wasn't a well-balanced equation. And so that was voted down 10 to 2. Okay.
12 to 2.
12 to 2. It was voted down. We're not good at this part. We should have been better prepared. Okay. I think it's the reading test part. So then the next discussion was, and I may have these out of order, so I apologize. We had a discussion about let's do what we committed to in 2012, and let's move it to 87%. We need $12 million more next year in premium dollars in the county to cover our claims costs. Let's move the county contribution to 87%. When that was presented, that ended up with a tie vote of 7-7, I believe. Can you check that? Does that sound right, Jim?
Yes.
Okay. That was a tie vote of 7-7, so it didn't pass. So that left us the final option on the table, which you have in front of you. And that is leaving the retiree portion the same, as I've previously described, leaving the employee individual single premium the same as they are today, either 90% on the copay and deductible, 100% on the HRA, and then varying the premium contribution level among the 3 plans. And the logic that was used in determining those contribution levels was where do we see the most cost inside of the plans? So the plan that cost us the most is the deductible plan. The next in line is the copay plan, and after our cheapest plan that we offer, and it's like what Mr. Brown alluded to, it's that behavior-driven piece, is the HRA plan. So let's talk about the first two. What you will see is that the copay plan took a slight reduction, moving the employee plus spouse to 86%, employee plus child to 87%, and employee plus family to 85%. Our per employee per year, our employee cost per year on the plan runs about $4,000 per employee in actual claims costs. That's what the average basis is. Our spouses are $3,900 and something, so basically $4,000. So our spouses are costing as much as our employees, which is why you see that our children cost $1,000. So they're 25% of what spouses cost. And that's why you see that variable between the employee plus spouse and employee plus child. The deductible plan is a richer plan. We pay out more in claims dollars on that plan. The recommendation was employee plus spouse at 84%, employee plus child at 85%, employee plus family at 83%. There was also a recommendation to begin charging premiums for employee plus spouse, employee plus child, and employee plus family on the HRA plan. And that was basically, one, to help offset the premium needs that we have, and two, behavior driven. Right now, an employee, because it's 100%, will use that as a safety net. Sometimes that's a great option for them. Other times it backfires because they don't realize that when you elect that, it becomes your primary, and your spouse's insurance becomes your secondary. And it's not really what they want. They want it the other way around, kind of as that safety net for them. And we want to draw the behaviors of, if you want this insurance, take the insurance because you want to be there and you need to be there. Because every time someone elects it as that safety net, if we don't charge a premium for the family coverage, it's going to cost the county $1,063 a month for that employee to have that safety net when they really don't desire it and don't need it. So overall, the actives are going to see a 24% increase. You'll see on an aggregate basis. You'll see a slight change among plans based on the plan changes that we talked about earlier. As we add those decrements back in, you'll see that changed. But aggregated, it is 24%. What this proposal does is it brings roughly $2.8 million more in premium to the employees, and a little over $8 million from the county in premium for 2014. So the way that you read this document is, if you'll look at the yellow box where it's all the way to the right, at the top it says total annualized. It has blank columns below it. You'll go down to the highlighted section where it says EEER. It'll show you that 2013 employees paid $4.4 million. Under this proposal, they will pay $7.1 million. Rutherford County paid $42.3 million. Under this proposal, they'll pay $50.8 million. When this was voted on, it was what, a 6-8? Is that what you're showing? 6 no, 8 yes. And it passed.
So essentially, the employer budget is right below 20, 19.9. It's in line with what it was last year.
Right. But the dollars, the actual employees, with that 24% increase, that decrease in the contribution, they'll be paying 63%
if they stay in the
more
same plan.
if they stay in the same plan.
So the goal is to try to use that cost to move them into the lower cost option. So if you're in the deductible plan and you don't, that orange column there shows the increase to their per month cost. It's not per paycheck, right? It's per month.
It's per month. We only take deduction
Yeah,
once a month.
so that's a per monthly cost. But they do have the option, a lot of the employees are in the deductible plan, to move up, say, to the copay plan. So a single person pays $48. They could move up to the copay plan and pay $50. That's only a $2 increase. So you could go to the HRA and not pay anything. So the goal is to change the contributions to try to drive them into those other plans. Kind of like the deductible. You were talking about plan design change, keeping them out of the ER. This is contributions to try to put them into the plans that's going to change their behaviors too. So it's kind of taking that a step further.
And you've probably said this before, but an employee plus child, is it one child or can it be 5 children?
Five children.
5 children. So then employee plus family means it's gotta be a spouse and a kid.
Right, which is why you see that the lowest contribution levels, because you know we have two high factors in there. We
Yeah.
have the employee, we have the spouse,
That's-
and then whatever their children.
Okay.
We don't have a chart on here for the straight 87% across the board that got voted down, do we?
No, they did bring that.
Because
Thought
I
the
talked
impression would
to,
come
I
up.
talked to a bunch of employees last week, and I was wrong, because one called me yesterday, and I apologize. I said, it's gonna be about a 24% increase. That is across the board. But on this individual, his rates, he was right and I was wrong. We're gonna go from $162 to $286 a month for an employee plus family in a deductible plan. I mean, of course, we can try and drive that person into the co-pay plan, and his rates go from would go from what would have been 142 to 220, but I would like to know what that would be in that 87%.
Yep.
And I would like to put you on the spot and say, if you had your decision to make, what would your Miss Melissa Stinchin's recommendation be?
Which hat am I wearing?
Huh?
Which hat am I wearing?
You're, I don't know.
Different answer on both sides.
I mean, the 87% is easier on the employees,
That's
if I'm
right.
not mistaken. This is better for as a budget committee member trying to help alter the tax rate, but
Here,
I've got a lot of trouble voting to put somebody's rate from $162 to $286 a month.
Okay, before I answer your question, I want to say this. The bottom on this reflects that 50% contribution level. Who doesn't have one? Contribution level for retirees.
Yeah.
I need one for myself, actually. I made enough copies.
Got one for Wayne.
Yeah, I just gotta get
Yeah,
the
they're
part.
stuck together. So you need to ignore the retiree piece on that, but to answer the question, my goal is to make sure that we don't have a deficit next year. That's my biggest fear on the table. And because, you know, I hear from lots and lots of people, my biggest fear is that we're not going to have money. And second off, we're going to take it below what's been recommended, to be quite honest. Because I think sometimes we forget that we are dealing with people, and we have to stop and say what's desirable and what can we actually do. Employees are upset for one reason. It's really not the insurance. You know, I'll say all day long, because many times I've been in the paper that, you know, insurance is causing increases. I'll say all day long, we don't have an insurance problem, we have a payroll problem. And if people would have been getting increases every year, even if it's 1.5% every single year, and we're lifting the table on insurance to help share the costs, and they wouldn't be as upset.
All at once.
But what we have said, and I've heard it since I came, is we're not giving an increase, but you got great benefits. Well, guess what? They're butting heads now. And so we need to pick a team. Are we going to offer these low-cost benefits? Or are we going to lift the payroll? What are we going to do? But we can't do both anymore. So, from a risk management perspective, I want to drive behavior. That's what controls risk. So from a risk manager, I think that the spread of contributions that was proposed is the right spread of contributions. Do I want to see the increased levels at the rate that they are, though? No. I think that for employees who are making, here's the conversation I've had this week. We are subsidizing our retirees because they're on fixed incomes. But from what I understand, and I'm not arguing they're not on fixed incomes, so I don't need, you know, please retirees don't call me on this because this isn't what I'm saying. Hear me out. There is a TCRS increase. They're getting some type of increase, right? It may not be much, and I know they're on fixed incomes. I don't dispute that at all. But our average employee, especially on the county general side, guess what? They're on fixed income. Predominantly male. Last time I looked, the average was 40 at 40. 40 years old, $40,000 a year, predominantly male. They're head of household. Probably have kids because they're only 40 years old. Trust me, they're on fixed incomes. So I think that we need to start balancing it out. For risk management, I think these are fair. It drives the behavior. It achieves all the goals. It's book level, right? But we've made commitments in the past, and that's where you all struggle, And so you gotta start balancing it. Maybe the right thing to do is move it to 87 and move this other piece as well and keep bumping it until it is fair and equitable. I don't know. The mayor may fire me tomorrow for saying this. But I think that's where the struggle is. And so you all have been here at this table, most of you all. I have done what I am to do in my role, which is to tell you what you need to make the decision. We need $63 million. You all have to decide how we get there. But if we don't get $63 million, it's a $3.8 million deficit last year on a calendar year. On the fiscal year, it's like 2 something based on audit, correct?
It was, yeah, last year was, what, 2.5?
Right.
2.8?
Based on the audit
2.8?
period. But on a calendar year, it's more than that. We're slotted for a deficit this year. Ms. Nolan's already done a quick number.
Anywhere from right even to $1 million lost, depends on how the claims are this summer.
Right.
Well, we have to look through the future too. It's what's happening. We're going to have more retirees. We know it's coming, so we've got to do something about that. And I just recently talked to TCRS in Nashville, and every year since 1980, when they started this program, except 84 and 2008, the General Assembly's given a raise to retirees that are on the state system. So that's something. It may be a pittance, but
Right,
you know.
but it is. I have looked at the state premiums too, looking at the state employee premiums. They're higher from my review from 2013 than even what our 2014 proposed is.
Have we checked any of the other counties that are Williamson and Sumner, say, Sullivan, that are similar to us? I mean, what are they looking at?
I actually have reached out. We have a list that shows what a lot of counties do, and I've shared that in the past. I actually reached out to them because they are similar in size. I haven't been able to make contact. We keep missing each other. My phone's been ringing a lot, so I've been tied up a lot. And we just haven't been able to. Yeah.
Can the
touch base.
state's split be summarized real easily? Like, is it 90-10? Is it 80-20? Or is it a more complicated sliding scale?
I believe this. Is it more? I think it's 80-20 on the
Says it's
state.
80-20
Now,
on
the
the
local education, and Mr. Sanford can correct me if I'm wrong, they give a total sum, and then the local ed can decide what they want to do, much like what we do on the self-funded model. So,
But in most instances, the 10 different counties that we kind of polled, I guess the contribution to the dependents are quite a bit lower than what's paid under the Rutherford County plan. So even at these numbers here, it's still a richer benefit than almost all 10 of the ones we just kind of polled that called us back.
Mr. Sandvik, sure.
I did check, I got Ms. Barnes checked through the personnel groups, and in looking at neighboring systems, and we didn't get a response from Williamson, I'd have to follow up on that. Some school systems pay more for dependent, some pay less. We're kind of in between. Some pay 100% for the employee. The lowest I saw was 75% for the employee. But the dependent coverage varied more. So it tended to be richer than what we saw at the county government level with Ms. Stinson and Sonia.
Melissa, while we're talking about this, I guess I have 2 thoughts. My first one is I actually think it's kind of hard to decide exactly what to do when you consider this separately from the overall budget, and I'll give 2 reasons why. I mean, for one thing, this has the county paying over $8 million more in premiums. I don't know what the mayor's budget proposal is. I read the newspaper today. Just using what the newspaper said, it suggested the county is looking at a shortfall of $27 million. So you could interpret this as being over 25% of that increase. I think it'd be easier to consider these plans in light of the full county budget. And the second reason why I think that's the case is I think what we do with these insurance premiums partially hinges on whether we give county employees a pay increase or not. A pay increase with higher premiums may or may not be more generous than lower premiums, but no pay increase. And we haven't really discussed whether county employees are going to get a pay increase or not. Again, I read the newspaper, so I have some sense. So I think it makes it hard to discuss this in light of that. Second point I wanted to make is, I guess my initial reaction is I don't have a whole lot of interest in proposing changes to these premiums for retirees over the age of 65. I kind of sense that they are on a fixed budget, and I wouldn't want to change the Risk Management Committee's recommendation for them. For people who are still working, I guess I'd like to consider other plans. I agree with you in the Risk Management Committee that the graduated scale makes sense because it incentivizes behavior. I'll give an example. Let's say that your spouse can get insurance from their place of employment, but they don't because they're getting insurance through you and your county employment. Well, with a modest increase in the premium for the version of the plan that includes the spouse, it might prompt some employees to have their spouse take insurance through their spouse's place of employment. That insurance may very well be available at a very marginal difference in cost. So that's one reason why I like the graduated scale. I guess I'd like to consider some other options with that graduated scale for active employees. And and maybe we don't have that much time, and the other commissioners don't want to do that. But I'd like to see what the graduated scale plan would look like that is that requires the county to pay for the same increase in premium as the 80-20 split.
So you're talking defined contribution?
Well, we have a plan on here that was voted on that had an 80-20 split, which evidently is like what the state of Tennessee requires of their employees. The employees pay 20% of the premium and the state pays 80%. I don't want to use that split. I want to use the graduated rates that are in the plan that's been recommended by the Risk Management Committee. But I want it to be, you might say, revenue neutral to the 80-20 plan so that it requires the same increase in county funds as the 80-20 plan, but not with 80-20 splits, with a much more generous premium for the employees that are on a single plan, and a higher premium, a higher percentage of the premium being paid by county employees whose spouse is on the plan.
So you're saying
again,
100% employee built in across the board, is that what you're?
I'm probably not defining what I'd like to see that explicitly. I guess I'm saying three things. Number one, I don't really want to change anything for the retirees over the age of 65. Number two, I want the graduated rates, not 80-20 for all four versions of the plan. I think that does not incentivize behavior. And number three, I'd like for it to be what I'm going to call revenue neutral for the county when compared to the 80-20 plan. Now, that plan is not what you all have recommended, but I have a copy of it in front of me, and I know what the county's increased expenditures would be.
Right.
I'd like to see a graduated plan that requires the same increases by the county as the 80-20 plan. But again, not with 80-20 splits, with the graduated rates.
Okay.
So that was a 10% employer increase. That option generated a 10% employer increase and a 164% increase to the employees.
So regardless how we cut it.
Some form or fashion.
Yeah,
however you
regardless
do
how we
that.
graduate
That's
it
correct.
out.
That's correct.
We're
and
gonna
then
go-
maybe something in between, something right in the middle in between.
That's sort of what we've got here, something
Right.
sort of in
Yeah,
between.
This
we've
is
had
the
the
in-between.
same question. We're fixing to beat some employees over the head. You go to an 80-20 split or anything close to that. We've got people out there that are making 40's the average. There are people out there making $28,000 or
I
$9,000
understand.
with the county, and you're going to give them you do that, you're going to have a $200 a month increase.
The only
we
thing
look-
that I
Just
would,
taking off, they make $28,000
I mean, initially, the one we proposed, the 9087, which was the one you kind of voted on last year that we would go with, generated a 23.7% employer increase and a 33% employee increase. The 80-20 generated a 10% and 164, and the one that was voted on was a 20% and a 63. So it's kind of in the middle.
Well, right. I guess what I'm saying is I'd like a few more plans to look at. One that as I've described, one that has these percentages that you just mentioned, that's kind of in between the one Risk Management just approved and the 80-20 plan that was not approved. Something kind of in between there. Give
but
us.
in essence, to achieve what you just said, wouldn't we actually be, I mean, if it's graduated and we've got to come up with $8 million almost more than what we currently have today. So we're gonna have to build that in here somewhere. Then if it's graduated, then aren't we basically gonna see, all right, now employee individual's gonna bump to 85%. And we're gonna bump this here, we're gonna bump this there. Is that right?
You would be bumping those percentages.
Correct. So I think though, I don't know if that's the best thing to do, because ultimately, and you kind of said this a second ago, which is it drives the behavior and employees can stay here and their spouse go somewhere else. If we start worsening, because we're going to have to affect the employee single at that point to achieve the goal that you described. If we start worsening this employee individual premium, then we have just done away with the reason that we've got the proposal here now, which is that if the employee is at 90 or 100, but the spouse is lower, then they will do a financial analysis to say, wait a minute, if I take my single and you take your single, that's cheaper than us
Yeah,
taking
I see what
employee
you're
plus
saying.
spouse.
That's not what I want. I want to keep the graduated rates in place so that there's remains an incentive for for employees where possible to select the single version of the plan.
He wants these
So
percentages
we're
to go
going to
down
lower
further,
these rates
not to
further
80,
for all the
but some
others.
between
Yeah, like for the
87
one
and
with
80.
the spouse.
Okay.
Not all the way down to 80, but somewhere
No, I
between
know.
87 and 80, in that range.
It would have to go down, I know that.
Right.
But in actuality, we've got to come up with how many $1 million more than last year? 8?
Well, 12.
12
total.
It's got to come from somewhere.
That's correct.
Period. End of discussion. We
Right.
got to have $12 million.
It's just where.
It either come from the taxpayers or it come from the employees.
Right.
You can slice and dice it however you want to, but it's gonna hurt somebody, and we've got to decide what that balancing act is. There's no way to avoid the $12 million we've got to come up with.
Now, the one thing that I will say, and I'll ask Mr. Sanvey to correct me if I'm incorrect, and Ms. Nolan could as well. On this, I want to wait and see what we do on payroll to address these. The only thing that I would say is this. Your teachers, which are the majority of the people on our insurance, get state mandated increases. We're going to have to do that regardless. Is that correct? The 1.5%? We don't.
It's not state mandated. We're up to whatever the legislature gives us.
Right.
And there's been years we've gotten 0.
But my point is this: we don't really get a choice. If it is given to us as what we have to do, we have to do it. Is that correct?
But with the new law, isn't it that they're just sending it now, and then you'll just start to distribute it the way it's, however you want to?
But on the county general side, we don't have that.
No.
Am I stating this correctly, Ms. Nolan?
I think what you're saying, just like when the state puts in money into the pay table.
Right.
There's an automatic requirement on the local side.
Correct.
So that's the automatic I think she's talking about.
That's correct.
It drives it up.
That's
It
right.
drives it. I mean,
That's right.
once the state says we're given this,
So when we
there's
look
the
at
county's
County
gotta
general
do.
employees aren't in that same
That's
situation.
right. And so that's what I'm saying. When you're setting your budget, you already have this one piece here that you're going to have to address anyway. So I know that you all have to look at the budget as a whole. I'm not saying that it's not a relevant point, but what I'm saying is that for only a very small group of folks, are you all actually deciding they may give more than what is required?
Does the school board
Yes.
give more?
They could give more. I don't know that they do, but what I'm saying is that there is this small population of people that doesn't even play into that equation.
Right, I guess the point I was making is the increase in employee health care premiums that we set, I would think would not be independent of employee salary increases, pay increases. I mean, just to give an outrageous example, if you gave employees a 10% pay increase, then wouldn't you be more willing for them to pay a higher health insurance premium? I think they are related.
But the scenario you sort of described would put more burden on the employees and less on the county.
Yes, I do think
And
that is correct.
Anything else we do that we haven't already discussed puts more responsibility on the employees. So
We're just kind of chasing
I
our
know
tail at
there's
that
no way
point.
in the world we can give enough increases to our county general employees, probably to even cover these particular increases, much less in reducing these 86, 87, and 83 down to something less. It would even be,
That's the 87.
and we're on 84, 85, 83. I mean, something below that, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna be able to fund it.
Well, Charlie made a very good point as far as looking at this as in the part of the overall budget. And you've actually had that opportunity, I would assume, depending on how this comes out. I mean, have you looked at different scenarios as far as the budget that you've got prepared? As far as what were you putting in the budget for insurance cost right
Jeff and
now
I,
that we're gonna?
We
or
use
is
the
it-
rates. In preparing the budgets, the rates that I used, nothing to, are the rates that was approved by the insurance committee.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, how we were getting to where we're headed.
I think we've got to settle this before we ever get to the whole budget, so we know what numbers to
Well,
plug in.
and I agree with you, I was just wondering, what he was using
So
to
when you,
get there.
when you hear from us, that's what we built the budget on, and I'm kind of getting ahead. These increased rates for the school board, they've got 8 months of this rate, right?
Well, 6.
6.
4 and 6.
4 and 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that wrong.
Right.
4 and 6. Oh, I put mine.
Well, we talked about moving it to twice a month.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, okay.
Well,
4 and 6. She's got six payments at the higher rate.
Right. Because it pays for 8.
Because it pays for 8.
Well, the ones over all the way to the left, at the start of the page, are the county general. So you gotta look over to get the Board of Education.
Right.
It's a different number.
But annualized is the same.
Annualized.
Annualized is the
Yes.
same number.
But I'm looking at a monthly thing. As presented from the insurance committee, that employee plus family and the deductible plan has gone from 162 to 286. And even if we backed up to the 87%, it goes from 162 to 218. You know, and that could easily be an employee that's making $28,000 a year.
And I've had a few comments.
Yeah.
I have Board of Ed employees, the number we had to look at for one of the tests under the Affordable Health Care Act, 11,600 is my lowest base employee. A 9 or 10 month employee, brand new.
So we have to stay at a 9.5%. And right now, we're okay because of the HRA plan. But as we start shifting things down, then we have this exposure under healthcare reform as well.
Which is another 2 million plus added on to the bottom line.
There is, it's 2.6 roughly there.
Well, this is uncomfortable for me. I've had a number of calls, as well as every commissioner on here, I imagine. Teachers, general employees, the private industry, is, on an average, is pretty much, and you just said this, on an 80-20 situation. So I feel like, for at least a couple years, we've been going toward that, trying to get that evened up, so to speak. I mean, we used to be on county insurance, and let me tell you, not on the county insurance now and over on, the private enterprise insurance, it's no comparison. County is definitely, the county insurance was well worth the value. I mean, it just no comparison. And so it was an incentive for employees for the county to have this insurance that we have. I mean, okay, my salary's here, but my insurance coverage is here. But the problem is all that's changing. We made some promises to our retirees that are sitting right here tonight and have called as well, that, continuously see this increase and this change. And it all get changed. Well, none of us like change, period. Especially on something like this when we're coming out of pocket with it. I've got a good friend that, owns his own business, paying $1,800 a month for him and his family. No catastrophic anything. Nothing. They're really actually in good health. That's his normal insurance. He's getting ready to roll the dice and say, I'm not doing insurance. When something happens, I'll have to pay for it. I mean, it's getting to where we have to have insurance. So what are we going to do? We've got to even this up, or we're going to be so far out of kilter and within a year or 2 years, then we're really, our feel good before and our feel good votes that we've done for our employees has really been on the employee. And you're still employees. We're still trying to take care of you. But the taxpayers too, we have to look at how much money is going in to fund this thing. So who gets it? We're both gonna get it. Employees of the county as well as taxpayers of the county. And we're very fortunate in where we are and the jobs we have and our tax base of what it is. But I don't know, with saying all this, where the happy medium is, but it looks like this year it's gonna be around that 87 or 87 and a half, somewhere in there. But we've got to get on, I don't know if you want to call it a Band-Aid for that scenario, or we've got to stop digging this hole and start going back the other way. But when we do, you know, I think something we've got to tell our employees, and we've got to tell them this budget year, is this is the plan. This is where we're heading. If we're heading toward this 80-20, then this is what you're going to be looking at on a yearly basis. And it's going to give us heartburn every time, because they're going to fill this room, just like tonight, or the full commission room, with great calls. Because we are limited income, so to speak. I mean, this is it. Whether you're working hourly or whether you're working salary, we're on limited income unless you do something else. To add to that, and a lot of us have got 2 and 3 jobs, you know, trying to, if you look at that total picture, one of them is to just fund insurance.
Well, we didn't pass any resolution that said this, but the insurance committee, and we've had this discussion that we would reduce that 1% every year, the county's participation. We went from a 90 to 89 or 88, 87, and now we have some blend a little bit below 87.
But according to that rationale from last year, we should be at 87 this year.
Correct.
We broke this up in insurance, did we not? We voted for the post-65 and pre-65 and approved those, then backed up and looked.
That's correct.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the post-65 and pre-65 as presented from the insurance committee and get that part behind us. Then we'll just be looking at the actives. Because I think we've got that pretty much worked out. Our argument's on the actives. So I'll make that motion.
Okay. We do have a motion.
Second motion.
And seconded from Commissioner Sandlin. Any discussion relative to Commissioner Jordan's motion?
I guess I want to ask Ms. Stinson's opinion on that. I'm inclined to support that motion, certainly for the folks 65 and older. What's your feeling on what we should do with the group that's retired before age 65? Or you recommend this approach?
I think this is the approach to do for 2014, and I think we need to have a different solution come 2015. But we need to see what's going to happen on a couple of other things before we finalize what the decision is. But we're going to have to do something, because we can continue to see plus 100 needs for premium. So I think it's the right thing to do.
Is there any way you can kind of get the word out so somebody doesn't retire thinking their premiums are going to be set at this year's rate, and then they retire and that decision can't be rescinded, and suddenly by 2015 rates for pre-65 retirees are substantially higher, and it's a surprise to them?
We can do a communication piece on that. We can do that. Of course, I hate to put a rush on the Board of Ed when we have people bail out for next
So
year.
this grandfathering is only for this 1 year.
It's only 1 year.
You know, it's not in perpetuity.
Right.
We're going to look at the whole package next
Right,
year.
and
So
come up with the different
it's only going to be
solutions.
6 months of exposure right there if they retire January. Well, it's on calendar year, so it'll be a full year.
And hopefully people who are contemplating retiring are contacting the insurance department to find out what is going on with rates, or what are the rates.
I feel sure the school board office
Yeah.
is talking to people that come in and turn their papers and tell them what the balancing act is.
Yeah. And I think Mr. Sandvik said he's had some people pull the retirement waiting to see what's happening as well, so.
Any further discussion relative to this motion?
Lady, I want to make sure what I'm voting on one more time.
This is for the post-65 and the pre-65 rates to be as recommended by the insurance committee.
And that was 10% on the post.
10% on the post.
And that variable rate.
The 65.5% on single rate for copay and deductible, which is a 15.5% increase over current contribution by the county. And on the family, 63.5% contribution by the county, with 63.5% on the family for deductible as well. So what that does is that basically lowers their increase to what the 87% would be. So if you look at your 87% sheet, if you were to go with that, you will see that those levels there, employee plus spouse deductible is, on the family at 87% is 56.16 per month increase. Deductible family with the increased contribution is 55.01 per month. So if we blended the rates, you're gonna see those similar things happen. So that was the longer go review.
Any further discussion on this motion?
Well, I will say one thing here, and not being on the insurance committee, and I haven't been able to attend those meetings over there. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and vote tonight from what I'm seeing here, but I'm gonna have to look at this a little bit more by the time it gets to full commission. You know, I'm basically saying, hey, I may change my mind on some of this, but I'm still not digesting all of it and knowing what it's gonna cost bottom line on the budget too.
Well, there were some horror stories out there, projections on the retirees, the pre-65, and this compromise came up to get through this year without just killing everybody. You know, it is an increase, but I think everybody in the audience left satisfied. There was a lot of people in the audience that day, and they left satisfied, but we're having the same argument again next year. We've got to come up with some fixes, you know.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bond?
Yes.
Commissioner Jernigan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin?
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Ely?
And before I vote, I need to read my conflict of interest statement. Because I am a retired employee of Rutherford County, I have a conflict of interest in the proposal about to be voted. However, I declare that my argument and my vote answer only to my conscience and to my obligation to my constituents and the citizens this body represents. Yes.
Madam Chairman, I want to make a point, and maybe I should have gone ahead and read that, and I can rescind that vote to say that, but when I'm voting for an increase, that's why I didn't read that statement. I am on the county's insurance right now through my spouse, but we're voting for an increase here, so I mean,
This doesn't affect you, though.
This is pre and
You're not
post.
pre-65 retired or post-65 retired.
But still.
Yeah. Change a lot by the time it affects you.
Yes.
Now we're down to the fun part.
Okay. So that leaves us with the actives. So at this point, you have a sense of, I mean, you have a lot of information in front of you. If you look at what's on your iPad, and I'll just give you an example here. You have a computer. If we need to, we can pull up some scenarios. But let's look at copay plan employee plus spouse. At 87%, the increase is $35.14. If you move that 1 point to 86%, which is what's on your iPad, 45.77.
Right here.
So it's $10. And I think that's what we found when we looked at it. It was how much per point? Jay, do you remember?
This is the one that's on here.
I think it's around $10 per point that we did.
I've got it up here. What do you want to throw in? Just instead of 86, what did you say?
Go 86 down. Let's see.
Oh, 86 each one.
Well, that one's $10.
Right.
Get down to some of the others.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
that's what he's
The
doing right
employee.
now.
So
The American probably
employee.
do it in his head, but I rely on equipment.
The
What was
employee
85?
plus family on that one's about
About
$15 per point.
So an employee plus child on the copay at 86, what is the difference?
for the spouse or child,
Employee plus child.
$40 difference.
It's a
For the
$40
copay
difference,
plan.
so it's $10 roughly, again, increase for that one additional point. Employee plus family, what does it jump it to?
63.
63, so you're looking at 48 to 63, $15.
Not looking at the wrong, it's 48 and 77 is.
Right, because we're giving you the 86 over here.
Okay.
You have 80, right. But to give you an idea of what a point's gonna look like,
Good point.
It's $15 on that one.
right. And then, can you do it on the
Lower than
deductible?
87 right now, so why
No. Depends on what
No,
sheet
what,
it's on.
what, what the, pro- no, what the proposed
The family
is, so
was
it's lower
85.
than 87.
Yeah, no,
So
but
that's
I'm
the
talking
number
about if you
point
ran a
he's
straight
asking
86.
about, Yeah.
They're gonna whittle it down.
You'll need that when you vote.
I mean, yeah. So we're lower than that now.
What are you doing on the HRA?
We can get.
What do you want to do on the HRA? Just leave it like it
you
was? I know I did all that, but you just want to leave the HRA like you proposed, 88 or 98, 99, 97?
Yeah, but I'm saying the percentage of co-pay plans, see, all these are.
That's enrollment, that's enrollment.
No, I'm putting right here. The 86, that was 87, that's 85, here it's 84, 85, 83.
So our purpose in showing you the
So it's below the
86% on the
87.
copay, and we can give you the deductible numbers, we can either wait or we can do it now.
So it's gonna be more than below 87.
Oh, absolutely.
Is that the way it is now? You had two choices in front of you, possibly three. You can, you have what was adopted by the risk management. You can move it to 87, which I've given you here, okay? If you look at 87 and you say $50 a month on employee plus family copay isn't enough, we want to share the risk more, then you can add about $15 to that number, and that's going to get you to 86. But those are really the options in front of us right now, is to do the 87, to stratify it, to try to drive the behavior, and know that there comes some substantial increases with that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The way I'm looking at this is for the copay, for the active employees, copays and deductible plans.
Mm-hmm.
Take away the individual. Okay, every one of them is 87% or below
Right.
right now.
Right, but we ran it at 86 just to see
Oh.
what the difference would be.
Oh, I thought-
And that's
I thought
why
it
I'm
was-
saying, you have the 87 here, which is what we said we would do at a minimum. If you want to stratify it to try to drive the behavior, then that's what was approved by the insurance committee. That's what's on your iPad. From what I'm hearing you say back, these numbers are not palatable in some instances. So I don't know that you're really wanting to worsen this scenario. So that leaves you in the middle of 87 and what was passed. So then we start whittling away 1% at a time. And when we take it from 87 to 86 on employee plus family on the copay, we go from $48 at 87% to 63 at 86. Are we getting too high at 63? Do we want to look at 85? Do you see what I'm saying? So really, that's where we're at.
We don't like it though. We don't
Well,
like
no,
it.
but
You're back to the $12 million.
What-
Gotta come from
that's
somebody.
right.
We've got something here that's supposed to be trying to drive the behavior as well. So we go back to the straight 87, we're not taking any consideration of trying to drive behavior.
The increases themselves are gonna push them to some extent, but.
I would say that if you all do move to go to the 87, I would still adopt the stratified on the HRA. I wouldn't leave the HRA at 100% because we do have that adverse selection against us, and we are totally funding premiums on people who really have insurance elsewhere today, and they're happy there.
I think the 87, flat 87 is I think what you're saying too, is actually it makes your overall budget, employer county budget, go from 19.9 to 21.6. So depends on, are you looking at the budget or are you looking at the employee contributions? Because a flat 87 actually increases your budget 1.5%.
Well, another thing, Melissa, are you doing mandated meetings with county employees, or Jeff, are y'all doing mandated meetings about insurance with
For
employees?
open enrollment, you mean? Or for what?
Anybody that's on the insurance.
So what we did last year, and we generally only do it about every 2 years, so we wouldn't do it this year, and we never mandate them. They're never mandated, they're always optional. And we've done it, the times I've been here, we've done it 2 different ways. We've done it as big group meetings,
I just,
or we've done it as, here's the problem you get to when you mandate
my
it.
2-cent opinion is that it's communication. We've got it in paper, we got it in writing, and I can look, I can look at these numbers, or I can look, okay, my insurance is going up. But and, you know, and help guiding people. Not saying that you're not doing it, I'm just saying, if we could spend a few dollars into helping families in the right choice. Because it's a flip of a coin sometimes. I think my 2 cent opinion on families making that choice of where am I doing here? Okay, my husband works over here, or my wife works over here, I'm gonna do half and half, and I'm gonna, you know, that scenario, or I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, or I'm healthy right now, so we're good. You know, I mean, spend just a little bit in
Here's what I
helping.
know.
Okay.
And I hear you.
Okay.
And I agree with you. The problem is, if you mandate it, you gotta pay them to be there. Can't stop schools for an insurance meeting, so then you gotta pay them to be there. And maybe that's the money part you're talking about. The second thing is, we went to 70 places last year.
Mhm.
We had minimal participation. Some schools better than others. Some county offices better than others. Minimal participation. But, and we offer both through my office, through those meetings. We have online tools. We come, Cigna comes to every one of those 70 meetings. You can come sit down with us. We'll show you the tools. We'll help you select all that. People don't take advantage of it. We mail out huge. You've seen them probably before.
Yeah.
The huge open enrollment materials.
Yeah.
And yet we still have people calling after the closing of open enrollment.
Right.
Well, we work with a communication company
Yeah.
that
Right.
knows insurance to put together a packet of information, a benefit guide, and we work with Cigna to provide a tool.
Well,
that
these
has
folks
to
right
help
here are
them.
the ones that are here.
Mhm.
I mean, they're the ones
Right.
that are at the meetings, but I mean, as far as our, 6,000 employees, you know, I mean, that's not a lot, so to speak.
Right.
But I mean, I'm throwing that out there because, I mean, you're right, they're still gonna make their choice, whatever that choice may be. But
But are they gonna take advantage of what's being offered? And what I'm
Yeah.
saying is based on all the work we've done in the past,
Mhm.
some, but not vast majority.
Go to this.
Some people have to help
They can do
themselves.
I know, but I mean,
And we provide a recording. We'll do a presentation, record it, and make that
Yeah.
available. And I think
Yeah.
as much as we don't know, we
I'd
can't
rather do
track
it
that. I think a lot of people would prefer to watch that at their house on their own time versus right after school to meeting.
Mr. Burgess, or Mayor, excuse me, Woody just mentioned, you've got this tape.
Mhm.
Can you make that available to the mayor so we can put that on our Channel 19, so people that would have the option to view it?
They actually did the recording
So
for
it
us 2
has
years
been-
ago.
Sure.
Could we put it back on there to let people look at these options again? I know it's early for
Yeah.
enrollment time.
We
but-
do that, we put it
We
online.
did DVDs 2 years
Yeah.
ago and mailed it to their home. Everybody got a DVD of the presentation so they could sit down with their husband or their wife and review it. We did a link where you click on it. All the teachers have access to computers. You just click the link and it does the webinar. So I think that's been more actually productive than a face-to-face meeting. And then they can come with their questions.
yeah.
We can do Q&A sessions.
Are your, and asking the superintendent here, are your principals able to cover any of this in their staff meetings or their,
I wouldn't, that probably wouldn't be the best to do. It's much better when we use the DVDs or something they have, because they would not
3
necessarily
weeks.
know the answer. They can set aside the time, but
yeah, they've got set agendas too, I'm aware, so, okay, thank you.
So going back to the actives, is there anything else that we can, what I would like to do real quick though, to give you an idea, can you run the numbers at 87 with that variable on the HRA? Because right now it's set with 100%, or do you have it at a variable? Okay, and then tell me what those total numbers represent in terms of increase for the employee and employer.
47% employee and 21.6 employer.
And what is that in the
She's
millions?
running some numbers, I think.
The total needed increase, 6.4
She's running some numbers on the
employee and
HRA.
51.5 for employer.
Okay. Did you all hear what he said?
Yeah.
I'll repeat that.
Okay,
Okay, we do it.
go ahead.
So if we go to that 87, flat 87, the increase to the employee is 47% or 6.4 million. And to the employer, it's 21.6% increase or a 51,500,000.
So when you look at the 87 and then 100% on the HRA, we're at a 32.3%. And what is your? Over here. And so then we go to the 47%. So you see by adding just that very small piece on the HRA, the difference that it makes from a premium perspective in terms of who's contributing what. And you see it drop 2 points almost on the employer side.
And I mean, what's going out in the marketplace with healthcare reform coming? I mean, small groups, 100 life groups are seeing a 30 to 50% rate increase next year. And so what that means, what we're seeing, I mean, it's publicized in the paper, expect if you're a 50 life group to get a 30 to 40, 50% rate increase due to healthcare reform and the risk. And so what that could mean to your group is, like some of you guys have said, is you're going to have a spouse out here that's going to start looking to see what your costs are. So you may actually have more dependents coming onto this plan if you don't charge something in that HRA, for example, because they're going to look at it this year more than any year before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it affects your plan by, we've talked about some percentages in dollars, but as the dynamics of the industry.
It's the best one for the county, though.
It's the lowest cost, right.
Yeah, and it's the lowest cost for the county.
Right.
Mayor Burgess has something he wants to say.
I don't know quite how I should express this, but if I look at what the insurance committee approved, the employees
Split vote.
recommended.
It was a split vote.
Recommended,
Yeah.
it
I
passed.
think I voted for it.
Anyway, they would, the employees will be contributing $7.2 million. Is that correct?
That's
Ms.
correct.
Taylor? And if you go back to the straight 87%, employees would be contributing $5.8 million. In either event, it's a $1.3 million difference here. Now, either the county is going to pay the $1.3 million or the employee is going to pay the $1.3 million. So whether you give the employees a $1.3 million raise to pay for this, or whether the county just pays for it, it's going to take 2 pennies to pay for it. Either way we go. I think we really ought to seriously think, and when we get to this next agenda, on down to where we talk about the budget overview, you will see that if we were to go to phase 2 of our pay plan, which we haven't implemented, and if we were to give 1%, just on the raise the base table 1%, it would take about $1.3 million. I don't know, I sort of think we ought to stay with what we have out of risk, out of the insurance committee, and you guys seriously consider adding phase 2 to our pay plan and give our county general people 1% table increase. It's a net zero as far as the cost to the citizens of the county.
For the
Anyway,
employees, the lower pay for the employee, the harder it is on them.
Yeah,
So
it
the
is.
employee making, as I keep alluding to, the $28,000 or $9,000 employee is getting a very minimal raise, or say a $60,000 employee is getting, it's a percentage, of a small, of the half the number.
That's right.
But the insurance is the same for either one of them.
Yeah.
If all
Yeah.
things being
I
equal.
just keep
that's-
going back to the poor soul's going from 162 to 286. He can change plans, but he's still going to 220 if he goes to the copay plan. That employee and family.
I will say one thing, is that Ms. Hickerson pulled her premium history information and kind of it was a point that kind of shocked me a little bit because I wasn't here at the time when you all went from a 2-tier to a 4-tier. And what she said in that work session was, based on the numbers, when she was paying family, either paid single or family rate, the family rate at that time was 200 and something. There wasn't a lot of difference between the rate at that time and this $218.73 for the deductible, or whatever the right number is here that we're dealing with. But it exceeded $200. So that was kind of surprising to me. And I don't know if you all recall why we went to the 4-tier. It obviously gives the premium relief, but you all may have a better memory of what other reasons it was done, other than just to try to better spread based on the, dynamics of the enrollment. But
Mayor, could I ask you a question just based on your last comment? Let's say that we go with the plan that was recommended by the Risk Management Committee, and it results in the employees paying $1.3 million more, and then we simultaneously pass a raise that would generate $1.3 million. That would mean, in a sense, that the increased health care costs in this county would sort of be netted out for the employees. They wouldn't experience, in some ways, a real increase.
Yeah.
But of course, our budget could be 27 or 28 million dollars in arrears, and that would have to be paid by the county taxpayers. I mean,
The
I
1.3
think the
million isn't
1.3
increase, it's the
yeah,
difference in
that's
the two
the-
proposals.
that's the difference between the two
Just the difference
proposals.
between bad and worse.
There's
You
still
haven't even
a
got the bad
couple
yet.
$1 million
You know,
increase. The
the
employees are still
1.3
getting.
well, that's, I know, but we're
It's-
comparing the two different plans. I mean, you're saying by going from one plan to another, you cancel it out with a pay increase.
But the employees are still, because it was going from 4.4 to 7 million. So that's
You gotta get over
that's
that
a
big
3
piece
million.
first.
You're only
Then you
getting,
get
by
the-
doing this, we're cutting it in half. The employees are still getting half of that increase, and you're gonna subsidize the other half.
$27 million increase in the budget.
It was different between two proposals, not their overall cost gets taken away.
Sounds like a metro.
I guess
Not
my
even-
question is that, I mean, is that what we're wanting? I mean, is that our goal? We're wanting- Are we wanting to essentially take the increased healthcare costs and pass it on to whatever extent possible to the taxpayers? I mean, it may be our goal.
Well,
At least 86% of it's going to the taxpayer.
if our goal is to move toward 80%, all we're gonna do here, if we do the 87, I mean, we're gonna stay on schedule, but each year we've got to keep coming down, so we're gonna have the same discussion every year.
I guess I almost feel like you think I'm wanting us to go back to the 87-13 split, and I think we probably ought to go in the other direction.
I understand, yeah.
I mean, I'm not suggesting I'd be happier if we go back to the 80-13 split. I'm suggesting healthcare costs have gone up significantly, and it's going to have to be paid for by somebody. And I'm wondering if it's our goal for really the vast majority, up to even 100%, gets paid for by the taxpayers and not the employees. It may be our goal. I don't know. I'm just asking that question because it seemed like you suggested a moment ago that the pay increase that employees might
No.
get would cancel out
The recommendation that came from the insurance committee is moved it further than 87%. They've moved the county's participation below 87%.
Right, I
So
understand.
they've accelerated the process of moving toward 80%.
And actually, to argue a different point than I've been saying all night, the more we do this year, the better shape we're in next year. Because if we whittle this down, then we're in that much more of a hole next year.
8 to 6, yeah.
I mean, just playing devil's advocate and talking both sides.
Yeah.
But we're not giving our employees anything except, the county general employees, anything except a step increase to pay for
Except for NACA.
any of this, regardless of which one we pick.
Yes.
That's all that's in the initial budget proposal.
That can be better. That's what I was thinking. We'll just take it down.
Well, and that don't fully take care of that employee's increase on insurance
Not
because of,
that's for
depending
sure.
on where they are in
Depending on
the
what-
salary.
Depending on which one of these tiers they're in.
Right.
And depending on their salary.
Well, we're just going around in a circle right at the moment, so
We've
I'm.
done this on the insurance committee for
We spent about 8 hours on this.
Well, I guess maybe I'll be the one to do it. And I want to say that my wife is on the insurance plan with the medical insurance with the county, and bring that up, but that's not influence my vote. I kind of like Commissioner P here, and I think we got to pay more, or we're not going to have a plan to speak of in the future. And we're going to make those decisions. So I'm going to put the motion out to, for the active employees to accept the risk management plan that came out of the insurance committee.
Commissioner Schaefer has made a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion. Is there a second?
Off the table.
Motion dies for lack of a second.
The one you mentioned a while ago was the 87, and then was it not in between 87, then the
On the HRA?
yeah, the
So
HRA
it
still
would
being adjusted.
It would be 87% for it would be 90% individual for copay and deductible, 87% for all other tiers. The HRA plan would have 100% individual,
That's where we are.
employee plus spouse, employee plus child, and employee plus family would have different levels. Employee plus spouse would be 98%, employee plus child 99%, employee plus family 97%.
That's kind of the middle ground between the other two. One from the risk management and 87%. I'm taking it. I'm starting to get a big blur, kind of like the insurance committee was. Mr. Schaefer just left. I don't blame him.
He'll be
I guess
back,
he's coming
man.
back.
He's left his flash.
Yeah.
He'll be back in a minute.
I think several of us are ready for about a 5-minute break if we get a chance. I don't want to stop what we're doing.
Yeah, let's try to wrap this
I
up.
think these people in the audience like for us to settle this.
I would too.
Yeah.
Are you proposing a rate?
I proposed what Ms. Stinson just said, which is a middle ground. That softens the blow on these county employees, and it still takes them out of that free ride in the HRA plan.
Let me tell you the percentages.
Yeah, and take the percentage as she just
The
mentioned.
employee increase goes to 38.2% for 6,000,001. And the employee.
38 point what percent?
38.2,
Okay.
6,100,000, and then the employer goes to 22.5, and that's a 51,900,000.
It's at 9087 in that variable on the HRA with the plan changes.
And that's not as
Mhm.
harsh as was recommended from the risk management of the employees, but it is a little harder than a straight 87%. It does tend to drive the people and the participants in the direction we need to go. I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
We do have a motion and a second.
Wait a minute. Got Commissioner coming back. I'm calling that the 87% plan. Is that-
No, that's not the 87, that's a hybrid.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
hybrid.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
That's an in
But you're
between the
changing
two.
the HRA.
The HRA.
Why?
HRA.
Somebody can explain to Commissioner Schaefer what I just
Uh,
motion.
Well,
I'm
just-
not putting
Mrs.
formal-
Stinson, can you
Sure myself.
go through the details of this motion? Commissioner Schaefer, we do have a motion and a
If
second.
you will take that black and white sheet there in front of you, what they're recommending is the copay and deductible for the 9087. And then if you'll look at the colored sheet on your iPad, you'll see the percentages for the HRA, which is 100% employee, 98% employee plus spouse, 99 employee child, 97 employee family. And that was the recommendation made.
And you're suggesting that that would increase the county's expenses from about 50.8 million to about 51.9 million. So just using D&J headlines, if our projected budget is 27 million in the hole, it's now gonna go to 28 million in the hole.
Is that overall? Yeah. When you look at the combined.
You didn't second the motion
But-
a minute ago, which was the least amount on the taxpayers.
Oh, yeah.
But this, but two,
No, I've already said I want to go in the other direction.
That was the direction.
But
That was the
this
direction.
is-
You
Now
didn't
we've
second
gone
that
the other-
motion.
No, I'm not for that
It's
one
only
either.
for half.
It's
of-
only
a
half
fiscal
the year.
The
This is
fiscal
for
year
a
ends
full
half, so
year.
it's 6 months. It'd be half of that number you just said.
Yeah.
Well,
He wants it lower.
Yeah.
on an annualized
No, I know,
basis.
but on annualized,
we're-
yes.
I think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think I guess I'm voicing my opinion. I definitely don't think this one's the appropriate thing to do. I was not convinced that the prior one was the appropriate thing to do. I guess I kind of feel like we're looking at this right now, and right now it's really important, and it is important, but if we look at it in the context of the whole budget, we'll be able to see the bigger picture.
You've got to look at this as an individual employee and how much that guy that's working at the highway department or the sheriff's department or something is going to affect his paycheck. And their rates can easily go up $120 a month, $130. And if that guy's making $28,000 and you want to do more than that to him?
But if we pass it along to the taxpayers in the county, there's some folks there in the private sector with fixed paychecks as
Yeah.
well. And I'm not sure that passing all of the increase along to the taxpayers is the right thing to do either. That's why I asked the question.
I think we're being, I think this was pretty aggressive, the one a minute ago, and I think we're on the table now is pretty aggressive. You know, you've gotta have the money, you're spreading it over a lot more people, you know, and it is a heck of an increase to the employees.
And this is still an increase.
Absolutely.
Let there be no doubt
It's
about
a
it.
huge increase.
Gentlemen, we do have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote?
After this goes to full commission, and then, well, it goes to full commission, that's it. And then we're setting our budgetary lines according to this, and then anything else that we, okay.
This goes into effect January 1, so it doesn't go into effect with the budget year, but it has to be set so we can budget
Right.
it.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Baum,
No.
Commissioner Jernigan,
I'll read this first. Because I'm an employee of Rutherford County Highway Department, I have a conflict of interest in the proposal about to be voted. However, I declare that my argument and my vote answer only to my conscience and to my obligation and to my constituents and the citizens of this body I represent. Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Because my wife is an employee of Rutherford County, I have a conflict of interest in the proposal about to be voted. However, I declare that my argument and my vote answer only to my conscience and to my obligation to my constituents and the citizens this body represents. Yes.
Commissioner Sandlin,
No.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Well, I think I've already said my statement, but I have to vote no.
Commissioner Ely.
Yes.
4-3.
4,
yes.
3.
Sounds like the insurance committee.
And there is a possible opening on the insurance committee if anybody would like to. And I'm serious. I got told by the mayor several years ago I was going on the insurance committee, and I think it's about time for me to tell somebody else.
You've done a great job on this.
Would you all like to take a break now instead of,
Let's move on.
could we do 3 or 4 things and take a break before we do the overview of the budget? Could we hang on just a few seconds? Let's try that.
Try to get as much done, I got to go to my third job here in a little while. To pay for my insurance.
Okay, gentlemen, we're at item 16. I know we probably feel like dead stop right now.
That was a good one. Yeah, it was.
Gentlemen, we have a dead stock removal service agreement. This is an annual agreement, and it is with the company Appertain Corporation. In the amount of, is it $33,007.52, and this is for the large animal pickup in the county.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Jordan, seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have a grant contract with Tennessee Department of Human Services for child support services.
This is a one-year grant, a one-year grant contract for $31,124, and this is for our juvenile magistrate to do the 4D child support cases.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner
Does it-
Sandlin, seconded by Commissioner
Does it
Jordan.
cover his cost, or is it just a chunk?
No, it's I think was 66%.
That's fair enough.
Call the roll, or excuse me, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, gentlemen. A resolution authorizing litter and trash collection grant, and this one is for county roads.
Okay, the amount of this grant is $95,100. period, July, this is for next fiscal year. It's for the 13-14 fiscal year.
Is this stands constant, or is this trending up
It's
or down?
down.
It's trending down.
Trending down.
It's going away, is what I thought.
It's down
And
a
if you
little.
will, when you get to that on your iPad, if you'll go to the second one and go to the last page, that's where you have your total.
Something better than nothing. Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, that motion carries. Now, a resolution authorizing litter removal activities on state highways.
Same situation, just state highways, and they've already sent us a contract for next year. It's going down, it's about 35,000, I
Well,
believe.
33,785.
33,000.
Motion to approve.
Thank Commissioner P.
Sir.
Seconded by Commissioner Jernigan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, that motion carries.
How you gonna do a break?
The 5-year capital plan,
That's on my.
that's on your, okay. We'll take a 5-minute break, gentlemen. I'll call the committee back in session, and we are ready for the 5-year capital plan. And of course, this requires no action tonight. This is for information purposes.
Right, and the reason why we're even talking about this is in property management, there was discussion about the addition, potential for moving forward with the judicial building. And so I think that the minutes pretty much said that they would, committee would like more information, and they wanted us to present something for you for a capital plan. This is something that you've seen before. I've just updated, looks like I need to update again because my airport authority is not 2.9 but 2.5. But just to give you a sense, you've seen these before. Those projects on top are the ones from the schools, what they need, and the timing of when I think funds will be needed. And down below are the things that we've talked about on the general side. And all I did here was try to I'm trying to get to that very bottom number down at the bottom, potential borrowing, and kind of spread some of those costs out to try to make it a little even. So pretty much what I want you to kind of commit to memory is 23.1, 43.3, and 51, 59, just that, those pieces. So what can we do with those kind of numbers? Now, I'm not going to go into the revenue. I've talked before about how the revenue estimates, how this works in there. A lot of things could happen and could change the outcome based on what happens in a reappraisal. So I will say that I think in this estimate, it's at 2% next year. All right, so what's this? Now I've updated this so our total requirements reflect all the savings that we've done on the refundings. I've estimated taking this capital outlay note that comes due, so that we're going to redo that, refund that with a long-term borrowing. So this is what I showed to property management. I just realized after I left that I didn't give them the whole picture. This is about something similar that they saw, that we would have a deficit next fiscal year. But there's more to the story. And that is, what does our fund balance look like? Well, I've estimated fund balance at the end of this year to be at $32,195,000. So then the next thing is, okay, if we're projecting using 1.3 of our fund balance, how much more is available? Well, if we, for ease, if we say 65% is where our line's going to be. It is a computed number, but 65 is easy to just compute and show for demonstration purposes. What do we have left? Well, if in that year I have 4.3 million above my 65% requirement. Okay, so if you have 4.3 million, what can you do with that? Well, here's the amount of millions of dollars that you could borrow at these different rates. Okay, next year I've got a little more. All depends on how that assessment works next year. But I kind of show it that I don't have the capacity in the next year if I suck all of it out in the first year. So as I'm looking at this, I'd say, well, I better not, I kind of ought to add those two numbers together in the next 2 years. Now, those numbers I told you, this is what I said that we would need based on that expanded schedule. Might need 23.1 million, 43.3, you know, remember where those numbers come from. So in 2 years, I need 66.4 million. Well, in the next 2 year needs, well, gosh, if we do good, you know, don't have it all quite in any of those years, but I am showing that there is some capacity in those 2 years. Potential capacity. But then you've got these years coming at 50, you know, these other years. This is where in the high school, and I mean, not the other high school, what is that, a middle school? High school. So anyway, that's where we were saying there might be opportunity. And there's also opportunity to move money out.
Isn't that like-
I have this ESP going on right here.
Isn't it like potential energy is there, but it doesn't really do anything for you? You need the kinetic energy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, to go back to what is on the agenda is the capital plan. These are the things that y'all have talked about. These are the things that the schools have talked about. The only things that really have come through in approval is the Blackman Middle School and Smyrna Primary.
Smyrna Primary, we've only approved the
Right, on the site.
Site
You're
plan,
right, on
yeah.
the site plan, for now.
Design fees, I mean.
Design fees. Okay. In your budget document, you've got these numbers too to look at.
The road projects, the 1.5 million each year.
That is just a number. If you look at, we typically borrow, generally, there's roads, there's something coming
We've got some
on.
committee project with the city, or at least the Joe B. Jackson.
Only Joe B. Jackson is what
Because
you've
the rest
got
of
the
them were all
commitment.
wound out.
Mhm.
What was the last one? Was almost double our projection. Was that Florence Road?
Yeah, Florence Road.
Florence Road came in at double our projection, and Joe B. Jackson's getting ready to start.
It's double
Yeah.
your initial projections
Yeah.
as well.
Working on
these
these
numbers-
wide open right now.
Do these numbers reflect that doubling of the projection?
No,
But Joe B. Jackson, you've already borrowed the money on.
except we used a
thought we
million
used
of
some of
it.
that money for
Use 1
something,
million.
yeah.
We have to put 1 million back in that at some point,
Right.
maybe with a couple
But
years
those are
from now.
still projected numbers, though.
Right.
They are not bid numbers at this point.
Yeah,
No, I thought they're bid now.
Oh, they are, that's already
They're
done.
already working on it, Will.
Well, I know the last
You
part.
go through there.
We're not committed on the next phase over across the
Hey,
way.
We're committed on the phase that comes all the way around.
You
starting
come out
at-
over on Manchester
231.
Highway, they're working on the bridge
Yeah, the
and road and
Manchester,
everything
what
right
about the
now.
next phase? Are we not committed on it with the
I don't
city?
think we did.
No.
There's no other
Okay.
commitment. This
But it
commitment's all we
went on,
have.
it went on to John Bragg, it went on some maps.
No,
I
we
couldn't
don't,
remember what we
because
committed.
the other
We
way,
didn't
we're
commit.
not.
We just
we don't-
committed coming
we
back
didn't
around to
commit either.
231.
I think it's
I remember
just
Florence
about
Road came
sitting
up and
there.
bid us. We had $2 million, it was $4 million or something like that.
Right.
But we came in slightly under budget on
Palms
Hill
Hill.
Pike.
Pike, yeah.
Our people did that.
That's right. You took the words out of my mouth.
Okay, so that's all
You
I
guys
have for
haven't,
that.
you haven't counted the cost of, the legal cost of all those condemnations on the
That's
east versus
right.
right away.
Right away.
It's
Yeah, we
still-
finally finished.
it's still- Okay.
So are you ready for the overview?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm gonna start with this because this kind of drives where some of the revenues are. In the initial, recommendation for the mayor, he's requested, to move 1.5% of the property tax from the ambulance service fund to the general fund. In the general fund, there is a additional position for stormwater, and the mayor has spoken with our highway superintendent about helping to fund that by moving 0.1 cent from the highway fund and also move that to the general fund. I'll tell you that's where some of our revenue, additional revenue in the general fund is coming from. Now, I'm gonna remind you just of some history. In 2010, in tax year 2010, we had 0.9 cents of property tax in the highway fund. In 2011, tax year 2011, concerned that there might be a maintenance of effort problem. So we moved 0.5 cents from the ambulance fund and added it to the highway fund. So this is just taking a 0.1 penny of that to move. Now, as we'll go through, one of the things in highway is to make sure that we meet maintenance of effort. And there are improvements in the sales tax and sales tax and, come on Lisa, wheel tax improvement. So those have kind of helped offset, but end of the story, when we get to that, we still meet maintenance of effort in the highway fund. Now, the discussion of the penny. Now, these are the assessments that I've received from the assessor, and I had to make some adjustments. So when I say proposed tax rate, just know that meant I just removed some of those pennies. The assessments that came from assessor totaled at the top $6.149 billion. Now, you see there's an adjustment for those appeals that have come through that we've talked about that should work its way through. But at this point, I still understand that those numbers are, those unadjusted numbers are in that first number. So I'm taking that deduction. Also, I had a moment of elation when I received the numbers from the assessor, thinking, oh, a lot of our problems are solved. But no, the numbers that I received had the IDB properties in it, so I had to back those out. So that's that $170,000. It was just a timing issue of when I asked for the money, asked for the data when they gave it to me. Tax-free properties total $51.4 million. So as we talk, and if we talk about adding any additional pennies, this is the numbers that we're using, because once you start adding to the tax base, it's not a full penny, because you've got some people whose taxes are frozen. So under the current assessments, not changing anything, the budget would be based on the general fund being $581,378 and the school penny being $498. But any additional pennies, it's got to be on these numbers. Okay?
What was last year's penny?
About 84.
It's more than that.
No.
It's more than that. What is it, 584? 587. Okay.
But that 581 is better than it was a
Yeah,
month ago, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it is. Okay, so, I guess I'll tell you the whole big picture, because I think that's probably what most of you are interested. But when we talk about the appropriations, and in my narrative, as I was going through and filling that out, I was doing a lot of information on the general fund, but just know that that's 17% of the entire budget. Of course, what you saw in the paper was this total, all funds, $480,156,000, what is presented in front of you. Now, 67.1% of the budget is schools, but when you add the component of debt service for schools, it's 76%, I think. So currently, you can see that our revenues do not meet our appropriations. And we're off by about $27 million, $27.1 million. So if you were to try to balance that with property tax, let's try to make our revenues meet our expenses, you'd need 49.5 cents. That's kind of what we were working with until a couple days ago when our revenue, our fund balance estimates started coming in. Do I have that? That's in, well, let me go back. The good news is we do have some adjustments. We did have some adjustments on our assigned fund balance, our assigned and unassigned. So we start with 91,139,000. So some of that we're going to be able to fund. Some of this 27.8 we're going to be able to use our beginning fund balances. I hope Mr. Todd is watching. Okay, but so here comes the next test. Now we have to say, well, okay, that's great. We've got fund balance, but are we meeting our tests? And the test that we're looking at is our ending assigned and unassigned fund balances, do they meet the test? Are they in the general fund 15% of our appropriations? And right now, they're not. It's 11.9%, and we should be at 15. And that's taking the fund balance. I mean, it's down below. And again, it's 15% of the 81,040,000. Schools are at 3%, but right now, as presented, they're at 2.16%. So this is the calculation then, what we need.
The school budget there, Lisa, is that something the school board's already came to an agreement on? I know we've got our joint meeting coming up. So.
Just a
But that's-
projection.
I mean, that's
They were
pretty
gonna
close.
vote this next week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, I'm saying.
But this number's pretty close to what.
That's their
To
first
what
number.
they had, I
Yeah,
think, are you
okay.
lower now?
Well,
Or more? No, I don't know, yeah.
No.
Wow.
Tonight change it.
Tonight changes it.
but still probably pretty close.
30 million? I mean, I think that's what we're
300.
showing.
Yeah,
Yeah, 30,653,000.
300.
300 million.
Oh, that's 3 zeros. Yeah, okay. All right, so, so where we were working at 50 cents, if we were to balance and meet our requirements, we would need 9.42 cents. Less than 10 cents. All right.
That only has step increases in those numbers for our county general employees.
Right.
Pay increase.
No table increase.
Right. And
She'll talk
you've
about
got this in your narrative, and the mayor is right. We've got, we built the budget with only the step increase, and the mayor has kind of spoke to it before. The HR department, in August 2011, steering committee charged the HR department to do a salary study. So who we compared ourselves with was Williamson County, Montgomery County, Sumner County, City of Murfreesboro, City of Franklin, and I think we tried to get City of Hendersonville, but they weren't in it. But even then, our study revealed that the median for the various positions, we were below our comparable governments. But we knew it was going to cost quite a bit to get us to there, so we started a process, and the first part was what we did last year was to change from getting increases every other year, that you have to be in a position to 2 years before you can move up, and the measurement date was as of June 30th, so if you got an improvement in August, you were almost 3 years before you got an increase. So that's what we did last year, and we had an evaluation system and got everybody cleaned up, because over time people were out of sync of where they should be. So that's what we took care of last year. The second phase that the HR department was, we have 14 pay grades. We used to have 30 or 40, 42, and they were squished down to 14. But that has caused some unintended consequences where you've squished that many people in there. You've got some people that are really paid higher than they should be, and some paid not enough. So the recommendation was to expand the 14 to 56 pay grades and to try to move people in within those areas. To do that, in the general fund, we would need $840,000 more.
And before you go on to your next point, what we just did at the, with respect to the health insurance, is going to put another need for $1.1 million that we haven't got in these numbers up here.
Somewhere, yes. If you were to increase, and we did say that, the base table, not, but just the base table does not have any increases in it. I think the school board, y'all's got, your base table has increased 1.5, right? Okay, and the highway department's budget, as I understand it, was prepared on the expanded 56, but not a change to the base table. And as we've said, our budget is presented on one step, just one step. If you were going to change the base table, for every 1% you increase it on the base table, the county would need $378,000 more. Not quite an increase. Okay. So that's where you get a sense of kind of where the payroll people, how those budgets were developed. As I said, the numbers that I presented on the county general, I'll use the rates that was adopted by or approved by the insurance committee. I'll have to go in. If this goes in, I'll have to adjust my numbers because what we did was more, the county's going to pay more of that premium.
Just so I understand the numbers correctly, a moment ago the mayor said that the pay increases would cost $850,000 from the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
But 30 minutes ago, I think you mentioned $1.3 million. Was that all employees
No,
outside of the school?
The 800 plus the phase 2, expanding the table, the grades within the table, and if we put 1% increase on the whole table, that's another 378. So those two together was the 1.3,
Okay.
I think.
1.3, and that's what you're proposing.
That's what we was. But
Well,
that's
that's
not,
what we're
none of
talking
those
about.
numbers up here. She's just telling you that if you wanted to do that, those two pieces would take about another 1.3 million.
These numbers don't have any pay
None of that.
increase.
They don't have
They
any.
have one step
One
increase
step.
for county general employees.
And I want to say that's for those employees who are not topped out.
The ones who topped out don't
Opt
get
out,
any.
there's nothing in there for those people.
And there's 82 people who are in step. 25 of those are in the ambulance. Just as information. Okay, now, as we talk about positions, there were 68 additional full-time personnel requested in the budget. But the mayor only recommends a net 9.3 full-time position and a decrease of 2 part-time. The 11 SROs are not in the sheriff's or mayor's recommendation. Those numbers are outside, and we've already talked about those. So if you wanted to add SROs, you're going to have to add, that's going to add to the budget. And we've already talked about that. That estimated is 1.2 million.
That's for the first year.
Right.
After that, it's 600,000 per year, right?
Right. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So basically a penny a year after the initial.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So the original budget, let me go to this one. Now, what I'm getting ready to give you are the numbers comparing the 81 million to the original adopted budget of 76 million. Just kind of walk you, how did you get from 76 to 81? And the pay plan and benefits, and that's adding the positions taken away. And along in here is, we had the benefit last year where it was exactly 26 pay periods. So next year we've got a 26.1, we've got an extra day we've got to pay for. That's wrapped up into this number. It's $2.2 million. Also in here are an increase over the prior year for sheriff's vehicles totaling $1,460,000. Data processing is going to be a major expense, and including the sheriff's department, jail, and all the other departments, that adds almost $500,000 in this year's budget. There's $290,000 more in next year's budget than the original budget for jail improvements. The increase to Dr. Rudd's contract, that's a 5% increase automatic, so that adds $183,000. When you look at the school board's budget, it is based on a 2.5% to 3% growth rate. And again, the increase of 1.5% to their base table. That's the overall in a nutshell. So we can talk individually about all of the budgets. Kind of a summary if you want to look at them separately. But I've given you the end of the story is that
How many increased positions were there in this budget? You said 11, 10, 11, something like that?
We had 9
9
plus.
You do away with 2 part-time, I think.
Is
But
that just
there
a-
was requested 63.
9.3. There was 12.3 added and 3 out. And you have all these in your notebook.
$480 million is after the mayor has cut. Do we have a number as what was requested
Oh, yeah.
before?
Yeah, hold on.
$6 million less.
I'm talking about in total, for the total budget, I mean, before we, but that's the main place you got right there.
87 million cut to 81.
Or 6 million right there.
That's an old sheet, I'll look at that. I may not have put that up here. You've got it in your narrative, Commissioner. It's on the last page. But that includes includes all of them, 486 million. 486, 640 is all requested. Would you like that? No.
Just in my budget, it wasn't in my recommendation, wasn't in the mayor's, but public safety did ask me to put the SROs in my budget to bring to y'all on the 20th. And then also with the mayor's thing that we got this afternoon, it was for cars, it was $1,560,000 is what.
No, but what I was showing is the difference between what was last. Yeah, it is $1,560,000,
Yeah, for this
but
year's
there's a
budget.
difference.
That's right, he's right.
I was showing the difference between what is in there in the original budget that we adopted. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna get done by 10 o'clock. Okay. Development tax, this is just a summary of what we have done this year. And just to show you that we've estimated $2 million coming in for development tax next year. Of course, $1 million of it would be coming into the general fund, and that's what we would be proposing to spend that on. Is $600 for the sheriff's vehicles, $200 for the GIS, and $200 for the OIT data processing.
That's on this year's budget?
That's for next year, 13-14 budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, this year, we came in with $1 million more than what we
Right,
had.
now this is what I did. I tried to kind of show you where we were on fund balance, and I did improve adjusted the revenue. Let me get down here. So I would estimate that we would end, it's going to be better than that because we got 2 more months to come in, for this year. Just kind of showing right now 1.6 million. To start the year with. Okay, unless y'all use it for something else between now and end of the year. Okay. All right. Solid waste and sanitation doesn't have any pennies in there if you wanted to add pennies. I didn't think you would. You'd need 1.59 cents to balance it, but there is a fund balance available. So with this scenario, it would draw them down to 2.8 million. Fund. Ambulance fund, you can see here, that's what we took the 1.5 cents away. With that scenario, their revenues are below their expenses by 1.6 million, but they're starting with the estimate of their fund balance of 5.3, that would draw their fund balance down to 3.6. I'm almost done. All right, this is the Industrial Economic Development Fund. The revenue coming in here is the revenue coming from that note from the Airport Authority.
But it's been, the Airport Authority, okay, I'm thinking
Is that
we're
our
out.
6%?
That's our 6% for 1 year.
Yeah,
Okay?
we haven't
That's
paid
what
off
that's
our
going right now.
revenue.
And you know,
I didn't know I was taking that out of my pocket when I.
yeah. So we
Oh, my.
we were to redo that note. That we've got 612,000 estimated ending fund balance. We'll pay some on that note. So we'll estimate their fund balance at 447 at the end. The expenditures in here, 243, are the same expenses that we have in this fund every year, and that's for the Chamber of Commerce Destination Rutherford and the Economic Development Council. I'm saying that wrong, but it's Economic Council. 121, this is the money that comes in from the feds that help support the Sheriff's Department. They did a budget amendment tonight of that 37,000 that I was saying that they were going to end with. But this is the one that whatever they end with, we'll adjust and just kind of roll those balances into the next year's budget. Now, 122 is the drug fund. Now, some of those positions that were added in the general fund, 3 of them are coming from this fund, and the sheriff is absorbing 2 of them. So the proposal in the drug fund is, as stands, is no positions, no bodies would be funded out of this position. It would just be staff. So we would be estimating based on the revenues coming in and estimating what I'm thinking the fund balance is going to be at the end of this year. And that's pretty much based on the revenue, what's happening. Now, they've got some money that should be coming in. I don't know if it'll be this year or if it'll go into next year, but that's, we would estimate that to end at 475. Highway fund. This is adjusting for the 0.1 penny out. They typically do budget a deficit, but the highway department, I think the way, you correct me if I'm wrong, but my view of how they operate their funds is if they don't get the cash in, they're not spending.
Now, how did we swing pulling that amount out and still meeting our maintenance of effort? I know you said you had tweaked that.
Right there, maintenance of effort.
It's a 5-year rolling average.
It's a 5-year rolling average. Now, I've estimated what I think that we'll end it this year. So the 5-year rolling average is 4.2 million, based on those revenues, and that assuming the transfer of the 1. We would show the local revenues budgeted at 4.4, and the average is 4.2. So that's why I say that even though we moved that, we're still meeting our maintenance of effort.
Well, we still need to keep an eye on that because that's big. Thank you, though. I'm glad you were able to do that.
Okay, school board. Ooh, I need to make that a little bigger. Sorry. Let me fix that too. Okay, the school board, this is where they are as of, I said as of today, but they've tweaked it. So what is helping them is the fund balance. Though, if you wanted to balance them, revenues versus expenditures, you'd need 29 cents. But their fund balance are estimated at 21. But still, it's bringing them not to meet their 3% threshold. To make that, we need 5.12 pennies. The centralized cafeteria, showing a revenues under expenses of about 800,000. I didn't do that. They cannot exceed the 25% of, it's 4.7. So they meet that test. They meet their test, their weird test. And not, instead of not, they have to have at least, you can't have this much.
Lisa,
Yes, sir.
on that last screen that you had up, where you said, trying to see where it was, the fund balance, and you said that they were under, are you planning on adding that? Or
No,
are
I'm
you
s-
thinking that the BEP at the end of the year will make up that difference?
No, this is the cafeteria fund.
No,
Maybe
I'm
on the one
talking
before
about
that.
the one before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Jeff has estimated the BEP revenue already in there.
So, okay,
So I'd say no.
okay, well, that answered my question,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so we're into Fund 177, which is the monies that are set aside to do improvements on the school fund. And Jeff pretty much has a balanced budget. The only difference, Jeff, I believe, is going to be that trustees commission. Might be, I don't know if you put that in there.
One of our projects came a little high. I do have the trustees commission.
Oh, okay. So there's no requirement of fund balance on this one. I don't have it here, but in your notebooks is a list of all those projects that the school board is expecting to take care of. Fund 151, this looks a little different. If you were wanting to balance, now, if you remember your numbers, I showed previously that we would use 1.3 million of fund balance, and this is showing 1.6. As I've built in some additional expenses, projecting that we're gonna borrow some. So that's kind of what, we'll talk about more of that when we get to debt service, but I kind of want to let you know that that's what that number is. Also, you know that we talk about 65%. We should, kind of, and I'm showing 60. But in this expenditure, it's an expenditure and revenue, is estimating that we're going to be getting money in to refund that $9.6 million note. So that's flowing through. So if you take those out, then we're above 65%. That's all the funds. I think I have a tab at that tab. I did. Oh, took 10 seconds. Okay, you've got your notebooks, and I want to bring something to your attention that we don't typically put in the books, but you've got in it this year. And in the general fund section, you see a pink piece of paper. If you can get behind that pink piece of paper, and what I was trying to present to you is wrong pink, front pink.
Oh,
The
that's
front page.
fuchsia, that's why.
Okay. That section is listing out for you all the requests from the departments of capital items that they would like to have or what they needed. Because sometimes you see the number of that and I'll pick on the jail since that's the first page, and it's because we love y'all. And it's on that first page, and it's categorized by major categories like 701 administrative equipment, 706 building, 707 building improvements. So you can see all the items that the sheriff has identified that he would need, and that totals $1,020,000. So that is the listing that backs up his request. You'll see in there the mayor has recommended $450,000. So
That's what,
if you can
200,000 increase over
things,
last year.
the things that are bolded I tried to identify the things that were bolded of what is in the mayor's recommendation. That's, not all things got requested. I mean, not all things requested got recommended. So, are we ready for fun and games? Now, I will say,
As we all look at her with this deer in the hand.
we'll have to make those adjustments. And I'll have that for you the next time we meet on what effect that rate increases. I'll tell you what I'll have it by commission meeting on what effect it had. I'll just stick it on your piece of paper.
Lisa, can you have someone email us the proposal that passed tonight on the insurance and also, well, I've got.
I think what we need
other one.
to do, have Melissa redo this one.
Yeah.
Redo this one in color in a big piece of paper.
Yeah, I'd like to have it, but if you could email it too, I'd appreciate it.
I'll have to get
Or
Melissa
have
to
her-
do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like it on paper
Need to be
too.
available for the commission meeting too.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sure she'll do
definitely.
it.
And maybe even a couple of different ones. We talked about 3 tonight, you know, and there's gonna be support for more harsh ones, there's gonna be support for easier ones, you know, I would think. I doubt this is gonna get past 21 to nothing at commission floor.
It won't.
We had several more even at our insurance meeting, so they can generate them on the fly.
Well, I personally want to thank all of you on this serve on insurance, because that's not a fun committee to be on.
Gentlemen, we will meet back here next Wednesday, May 15th, to start the budget process. So that is a 5:30 meeting. So, any other business that needs to come before our committee tonight? Remember a couple of those meetings that were short and sweet?
We just paid for it.
Yeah.
And will be.
Gentlemen, we were adjourned.